Okay, well, it's somewhat started, and CJ may or may not be on tonight. He got off work at 5, and it takes him a while to get home. So he might be as late as 7 o'clock if I'm on late enough. Uh, so anyway, uh, got a few things I wanted to talk about tonight as soon as people are available. Yeah, but I don't get paid for it, JP. Speaking of which, JP, um, give me a quick email and I'll send you the info for Discord if you're interested. Or if you haven't Discord, I can put you on for voice and we can actually talk on here instead of just doing the chat thing. If you're interested. Of course, my email is pretty much on all my videos, so you can just grab it at the end. So of a video. And that goes for pretty much anybody. If you're interested in joining in a actual vocal chat instead of just being on the little bar on the side here, I'll accept you guys on my Discord. You play nicely, and no one gets hurt. I'll check my email every 5 minutes or so for anybody that's interested. Okay, JP, that's fine though. But it's open for anybody. So just let me know, guys. And someone showed up, then didn't show up. I'm going to give it a few minutes for everybody to show up real quick while I'm getting set up here. I'm still setting up for what I want to plan to do tonight. So give me a few minutes. I'll open up Steam and GOG. Oh yeah, we can have some music on here too while we're at it. So um, let's do that while we're at it. You guys can hear me okay, right? Oh, okay. If you hear music in the background, it's by ha 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 ha. It's because I got multiple monitors on. That's why I was asking if you guys could hear me or not. Because I don't know if you got anybody hears me. That's why I was asking. Smart ass. Uh, okay. If you hear music playing in the background, It's all music by Alexander Nakarada. I recently joined his Patreon, so I'll be playing a lot of his music off and on through the duration of the live stream. And when it's all over with, I'll probably list it out at the bottom what the music is, so you guys can check it out if you want. And it's also so I don't get slapped with copyright claims. So I want to make sure he gets credited for his music. So you should, you might want to lower that just all right. Uh, well, I hadn't started background music yet. I just now started it. So you hear it okay, and you hear me okay? Jarbled. Okay, so no music then. Better. I just wanted to try something different. If it didn't work, it doesn't work. I'm not going to worry about it. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. First off, I did put a poll up earlier this week concerning the fact that Dungeon Punks might be over soon, probably in the next 3 or 4 sessions I play it. And I put up a list on what games. Oh, momentary garble. All right. Well, anyway, I gotta remember what I wrote on that poll. But I put 3 games up. One of them was I'm sorry, guys. I don't remember what I say half the time. Commentary. Oh yeah, Dragon Age Origins, Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance, and Fantasy. Only got about 11 votes on it so far, and it's 91% for Dragon Age Origins and 9% for Fantasy. I'm going to leave this poll up at least for probably for a good portion of this month and maybe February because I don't know how fast I'm going to be getting to it. So you still got at least 3 or 4 more sessions of Dungeon Punks before I get to it. So by the time I get to the end of Dungeon Punks, um, Frayne Bart. I have no clue. But after Dungeon Punks, it's going to be one of those 3 games, and I'm going to leave the poll up at least for the month. So if you haven't voted yet, you got plenty of time still. Got 3 choices from, and so far nobody's picking Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance yet. So, which I'm not too surprised about. It wasn't exactly a great game, but back when I was playing the PlayStation 2, it was pretty fun. Uh, oh yeah. Next couple months, I'm going to be going to a couple of conventions. The first one will be next weekend. Not this weekend, the following weekend on Sunday. It is on January 14th. Here, let me look it up again, real quick. Give me just a wee moment. Let's see here. Hmm, yeah. Yeah, on the 14th is the Fresno Toy Anime Comic Con, Sunday from 11 to 4 p.m. on January 14th. That's at the American Legion Post 509, which is basically right around the corner from me. I mean, literally, I just go a couple blocks there that way. There I am. So, in fact, I was just there earlier today for a coin convention because my dad's into coin collecting. So we went to that this morning for him. And yeah, it's going to be from 11 to 4. They're going to. Did you just open that door yourself? And here's the co-host of our show. Oh, oh, she's not interested in being on camera. She's interested in me. Okay. Oh, I get a lot of brain farts, but yeah, we got that convention, and then on February 3rd, if you remember, I did a video on the last year. It's the Anime Gaming Con. It's the Anime Gaming Con, and that's on the 3rd and the 4th. I'll probably be going on the 3rd. CJ more than likely will join me there. I don't know if he'll be joining me for the other one on Sunday because he lives outside of town and he wants to get his beauty sleep before he goes to work the following day. So, and I don't blame him. So, but yeah, Saturday and Sunday. But definitely we'll be going to the one on Sunday. It's not going to be a very big one. I can already tell you that because the Legion Post is kind of a small building. For years, it used to be basically, it almost looked like a trailer house, like from a trailer park. So, but my head doesn't bend that far over, honey. Do you mind? Stop that. Anyway, so yeah, that's the two. Do you mind? So yeah, February 3rd and January 14th and February 3rd and 4th are two conventions I'll be going to. The bigger one will be the one in February, which is the Anime Gaming Con. And one of the first conventions I did for this channel was the Anime Gaming Con. Oh, she does that too. She just doesn't do it very often. She would. Go. Thank you. She usually does that to wake me up. If I'm asleep and she wants my undivided attention, breakfast, dinner, whatever. She wants food. She pops me on the head, which I think that's why she's pestering me now. She wants food. So give me just a second. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, that's exactly what that was. That was her stop talking and feed me. She also snuggled. You've seen pictures of it probably on my channel where she's snuggled up against me and shares my pillow. But let me see if there's any other events going on. Oh, then there's another one in March. The AnimeCon. No, it was the AnimeCon I went to last year. So I got 3 conventions to go to, and that's in March the 16th. So three conventions in a row I'm going to, which will be January, February, and March. Okay. All right. So there's three conventions I'm going to this next few months, and then of course there's the Renaissance Fair at the end of the year. So okay, so Let me get this all straight in my head because I just found out about the one in March. So this month, next week, on the 14th, January. That's this month, not last month, not next month. This month. Wake up. January 14th, Fresno Toy Anime Comic Con. They got it mixed around on here, so I gotta gotta get it right because they got February 3rd first, then they put January. Go figure. So Fresno Toy Anime Comic Con is 11 to 4 Sunday. That's a smallish one because that's only like 5 hours worth of a con. Then February 3rd and 4th, which I'll probably be there on the 3rd, is the Anime Gaming Con. It doesn't give hours on it. And that's going to be at the fairgrounds, like I've shown you guys before. And that's going to be there. Then there's going to be the Anime Con. They call it the 12.0. I guess it means 12th annual. That's also at the fairgrounds, and that's going to be March 16th and 17th. And because I'm a mental idiot, I need to write this down. The hell's my binder? Oh, there it is. Underneath my work jacket. Oh, your con is at February 31st. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Texas, right? Okay. North of Texas. Okay. Hmm. Just making sure that's on. Bots and Blasters might join us on the voice, so now make sure that's open for them. Kansas and Nebraska, south of North Dakota. So you're in South Dakota? Or when was I in South Dakota last? Yeah, I've been to South Dakota 3 times. One I was about 5, and then once in 1999 and once in 2000. I believe that was for the Sturgis motorcycle rallies. And I'm pretty sure you've heard of that. When the entire state is just flooded with guys on motorcycles. Yep. Yeah, I went to the one in 2000, and if you got a copy of Easy Rider from that year during this, the Sturgis Run special for Easy Rider, you might find me and my family somewhere in the picture, the group picture that they took of the main street. So I'm in there somewhere, long hair, beard, and all. I hate drinking soda. I'm always burping. Anyway, so I was writing this down, okay, because I want to remember it without having to look it up every hour. Okay, so January 14th. There's no toy con. And then February 3rd through 4th. Do they have hours on that one? Hmm. So we probably could go there in the morning. I like how they put that down. So apparently it's going to be gone overnight because they wrote it down as Saturday, February 3rd, 9:30 a.m. through Sunday, February 4th, 6 p.m. So I'm guessing they'll be done 6 p.m. Saturday as well. So, but it doesn't write it down like that. Okay, so 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. They'll probably be taking the day on that one. Oh, actually, I went to one con. This is back when they started doing the Comic Cons here in Fresno, because they started them like in the '90s, where they were just straight Comic Cons, and they started integrating anime about late mid to late '90s. And the reason I remember that is because I took my cousin on the in what was it, '95 or '96 with me. Well, come on in. Oh no, I doubt you guys can hear it, but when she walks in, she's going on the carpet. She can't retract her claws for some reason. She's been like that since she was a kitten. But yeah, her claws are constantly out. So as she's walking, she's digging her claws back out of the carpet as she walks. I feel sorry for her. So I gotta go and have her nails clipped again here soon, so she doesn't have to do that for at least a couple more months. Get the door here real quick. Dad's got a movie blasting in there. I don't want to hear it. Okay, and then finally we got the Anime Con. That's March 16th. I'm picking Saturdays, so CJ has the option to go. That's why I'm saying he's probably not going to go to this one next Sunday because, it's only 5 hours and middle of the day, and I'm not going to force him to drive over here, then drive back home. And it's pronounced me, ANI dash ME. They call it the Anime Con. And that is from, what was I saying? What are the hours on that one? 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday. I think it's this website. That's how they write their conventions down. So, okay. And that is to 6 p.m. So basically the same hours because I am not getting up at 6:30 in the morning for any or 9:30 in the morning without getting paid. So 3 conventions I'm going to. And I've recently discovered a few gaming stores, so I might in my town. I might check them out, and with their permission, I might even give you guys some footage of them. One called The Craziest Squirrel, and another one called The Dragon Horde. Now, as far as I know, they are actually legitimate gaming, not just card games. Because I went to one, they called it gaming, and then went in there, and all they had was Magic the Gathering and Pokemon cards. Oh, but they did have dice. Speaking of gaming, I went to a yard sale a couple days ago, and well, not a couple days ago, last week, and I wanted to show you guys this. So I'll be right back. Now, sadly, I missed all the D&D stuff. Someone already bought them all. But from my understanding, they had a lot of AD&D stuff, but I missed it because I didn't know there was a yard sale there. But I got this baby right here, top secret, and there's TSR logo right there. And I did a little research on it. Apparently, this was the first edition, and this game was used. Well, I tried Magic the Gathering, and I just can't get into that game. I could never get into any of the card games really. But yeah, so we got Top Secret here. And I've been perusing it a lot. It's been used. You could tell this game was loved. Pages are falling out. But yeah, I missed out on. If I had known that they were going to have a yard sale, I would have been there the first thing in the morning, because they said that because it was her son had passed away, and he was in his 20s. To my understanding, he was your typical basement nerd. So yeah, and then but he had a lot of war games and a lot of D&D stuff. So, but I go, oh, you still got any of it? And she said, unfortunately, a gentleman had come earlier and bought her out of all the AD&D and Dungeons and Dragons stuff. Then I'm going like, man, I wish I would have known. Uh, but yeah, then there's also this. I wasn't sure, but I did a little looking. Apparently, this is like a military combat game, but it has very rudimentary RPG elements in it. So I thought I'd give this a shot too. I only paid like a couple of bucks a box. I don't think she even knew what she had. So, but I wish I had gone there earlier and got that AD&D stuff. You would have gotten a kick out of it, JP. I think. But yeah, I picked those up a couple weeks ago. Got a few of the old metal miniatures and a few other things. So I was kind of excited to get all that going. So they might even go to my collection back here. Um, so yeah, that was a nice little catch there. I'm starting to do the yard sale runarounds for D&D stuff lately. Raise of hands of anybody else that's done that. But yeah, so got that. Let's see here. Let's see here. I wanted to pop this up real quick. Um, Apparently GOG did a big sale on SSI games recently. I don't know if you heard about that. It just kind of popped up out of the blue for me. Oh, so I usually have to go online for your stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, but it's mainly not the fact that I have nowhere to go. It's just a lot of the times the stuff I actually want are never available. Yeah, it's SSI Classics. I only got 3 games out of it because the rest of them are games I weren't really interested in playing, but, if you're interested, yeah, just look up, SSI Classics on GOG. The whole collection is going for about 58.99. They got games like, well, actually, a lot of games I'm unfamiliar with, so I'm not gonna name them all off, but they got games like the War Game Construction Sets, 1, 2, and 3, uh Fantasy, spelled Phantasie. It's the memorial set, which I bought. Well, this is for anybody that's listening. And Star Command, Necrodome, Fantasy General. But yeah, they sometimes throw in some good sales. So even if you don't have GOG, go ahead and check it out. It's just as good as Steam. Sometimes they also have games that Steam doesn't have, and vice versa. So if you can't find one game, maybe GOG will have it. I mean, that's how I ended up getting what was that? Oh heck! This is what I get for having multiple screens. Uh, oh yeah, Temple of Elemental Evil and Diablo. That's how I ended up getting them. Was I went through GOG. No, it wasn't so much a brain fart as I'm not used to using multiple screens. I think this is like one of 2 or 3 times I've done it. And the reason I wanted to do multiple screens was because on one screen I could do all the reading I want to do, but at the same, like looking up stuff for this and be able to read what you guys are asking me or telling me or whatnot. And by the way, I know you don't mean to do it, but a lot of the times you come across like you're pissed off at me in the comments, and I'm feeling like, yes, Dad. I'm sorry, Dad. I won't do it again. Um, but yeah, I went back to going on with what was it, Bard's Tale. I went back to the sewers, and that was because in a previous comment, I don't know if the comment's still there or I erased it when I was switching around, taking out those pesky commercials out of my videos. And one of the questions that or not a question, but a comment popped up that said I had forgotten something. Oh, that's worse. But what had happened is someone made the comment that I had forgotten something very important, and I forgot what that item was. Huh. Left shift. But they said I forgot something, and I needed to go back for it. They might have been pulling my leg. I don't know, because I went down there and I ended up getting lost in a dark room because I started experimenting. Laughing so hard you farted. Oh boy. Well, I hope you didn't shit yourself. So yeah, I went back into the dungeon thinking I was looking for something. Never found what they were talking about, and then you popped up saying, "You don't need anything down there anymore." I take your word over the other person, so, yeah, I'm not going back there again for a while until you suggest otherwise. I only know rolling on the floor laughing and laughing my ass off and a couple of others. Even though I've been around since the AOL, stuff, when they actually started doing those abbreviations and nicknames and stuff, I always had a hard time keeping up with it. Hell, even in the '80s, I didn't talk like a kid from the '80s, so or in the '90s for that matter. Like, totally. Never talked like that, so I had the grammar of a person that read books. Little square things with paper in them. I'm the same way. I think the one I use the most of is LOL, and that's a bit it. Yeah, you might have also noticed that a lot of the games that I was originally playing just suddenly dropped off the face of the earth. And that is because I think I was overdoing it on my computer. Not that I was overdoing it, but I was overdoing my computer. I was giving my computer more credit than it needed, and so I had to drop down how many games I had on there. Because right now, uh, it says I have 27.5 GB free of 475 GB, and it's in the red. So I kind of had to cut down how many games I had, so I could at least do recordings. And so, yeah, when this is over, I'm probably going to do a quick little edit so I can actually make it a regular video instead of just this. I need to get a gaming computer. I've been saying that for the last couple of months. This is also the main reason why I wanted to get a gaming computer, is so I can actually, game. Uh, I didn't bring the book in here with me. I left it in the other room. I am a fucking idiot. I know it's been almost a year since this movie's been out, and I never gave my full opinion on this movie. And my full opinion is I enjoyed the shit out of this movie. And the fact of the matter is, the reason I liked it was because it actually felt like a D&D campaign to me. 16. That's probably what I'm going to probably lean for, but CJ's going to be with me to help me out figure out the specs I should most go for. But back to the movie. So yeah, I enjoyed the shit out of it, and I think I've watched it before wanted to give my opinion on. I think I watched it 4 times in a row. Just had it on loop all day, slept on it on loop, and so I can memorize it by osmosis. But uh, I like the fact that the characters played their characters. They weren't like what was it, the first Dungeons and Dragons movie where Ridley was basically doing everyone's job for them. And but yeah, everybody had their part. Everybody had all the main characters had a backstory. You even had an NPC join the party with a backstory and helped them out. Granted, he was probably the one character in the entire movie that screamed main character, and I'm talking about the Paladin. Exactly, the Paladin. He was an NPC that just screamed main character. And I'm just sitting there going like, "Why aren't we following this guy around?" But I wasn't disappointed. That wasn't a thing of, "Why aren't we following this guy?" And I'm disappointed with the rest of the movie. I enjoyed the movie. I loved the characters in it. I have not yet. I have been looking for it though. But I'll get to books here in a little bit. So get that out of there. So so you had I can't think of their names right now because yes, I'm having a brain fart. But the guy that played the bard, or Chris Pine, uh, Edgin, I think his name was Edgin, Edgard. Anyway, but I like this character and the fact that he wasn't seducing everything, which seems to be a really bad habit considering internet bards lately. But with him, he played his character. And from what I heard, a lot of people were pissed off at the fact that he wasn't doing the bard magic tricks. But the thing was, he actually does a very good bard, as far as I'm concerned. He did exactly what a bard would do in situations. Then you had your barbarian and Michelle Rodriguez. Is that her name? Yeah, I'm not very good with names. I apologize. Um, she played the barbarian to the hilt. Oh, well, I'll definitely have to look it up then. I might be able to find it on Daily Motion or something if I can't find it on YouTube. If not, then I'll just have to find the DVDs somewhere, probably on eBay. So yeah, then you got the Bard, and I think she played an excellent, or not the Bard, the Barbarian. Now I'm getting all mixed up. The Barbarian, she did great as a barbarian. Um, I could see her being a barbarian. It wasn't just like some woman they just slapped together, an outfit on her and said she's a barbarian. But I believed she was a barbarian, and that was the important part. Then you had I guess he was supposed to be a wizard. Well, they didn't say he was a sorcerer, so I'm guessing he's supposed to be a wizard, and I believe he was half elf. And then they were saying that he was related to Elminster. That was his name, which is a character in the novels, and I haven't gotten to the. I played a pen and paper bard once, and in all honesty, I don't remember casting spells. More or less, I was playing my lute to inspire the party or enrage the enemies and entertain the ladies at the bars. That's how they're supposed to be played, I believe. But everybody all of a sudden just decided, that they're a walking hormone. So, and then I guess the tiefling was supposed to be a druid. I think they even flat out said she was a druid, which people had problems with her character, and I can understand why. But at the same time, I can understand why they did what they did with the druid. You're watching a movie. Now, when you're playing a game and playing a druid in a certain fashion, it makes sense as tabletop. when you're doing it as a movie, you're going to have to earn, or not earn, but I'm reading the thing at the same time. Sorry. Um, you have to kind of let things go a little bit because, what's on paper and what's visual are almost two completely different things. And you got to work around trying to fit them together. And some things have to be dropped, some things have to be added. It makes sense. So all of a sudden she changes like in a scene. And everybody's going, I can't do it like that. She has to do this and then she can do that and blah blah blah. I'm going like, yeah, but you're on a visual medium. What's more appealing? Her changing every now and again during the middle of the battle, or she can only do one form during the middle of the battle, or are you going to go more in the lines of we want to showcase what this character is capable of, and we want everybody to be excited about it. I would go with what the movie did because it excited me. I was going like, "Oh, awesome! Far out! Fuck yeah! Woo!" The whole movie. So I got it. I understood why they did what they did. So I had no complaints about it. The only complaint I did have about the movie was the only major dragon they had was this guy, who to me looked like an oversized cat with scales. Didn't have a problem with the dragon though. I mean, they did something different with it. It wasn't the same Lord of the Rings and the last few movies that had dragons in it. It wasn't the same type of dragon over and over again. They did something different. They go, you know what? Let's give us let's give us the Jabba the Hutt of dragons. We're gonna give you a fat bastard here. He's been eating people left and right. He's not even going to be that dragon that goes around hunting for his food. People have been feeding him. He's been they've been bringing him dinner. So so I understood it. I was happy with it. I just wish they had more dragons in it. They did have a dragon quick shot of a black dragon spewing acid, or what's that, acid? Or some sort of black goo that was burning everybody. I was fine with that. Exactly. And by the way, the dungeon master might have okayed it because you never know. It might have been a home brew that night. You know, the player went to the DM that night to go, you know what? I want to be able to turn my character into an owl bear. DM thinks about him, goes like, hey, that sounds pretty damn cool. I'll go for that. I mean, you'd be surprised what some DMs will allow in comparison to other DMs. I'm one of those. I'm a free bird when it comes to being a DM. I'll just go like, if it sounds pretty cool and it's feasible in the game world, I'll allow it. But if it's something like so ridiculous that everybody's just going to be sitting there going the whole game, I ain't going to do it. But yeah, it was one of those things where it's like everybody gets upset. And it was also the only thing that I liked about the 2000 Dungeons and Dragons movie. And what I mean by the original Dungeons and Dragons movie is I am pro snails. Now, before anybody decides to go on my ass about this, allow me to explain. And I think I've even mentioned in a video or two when I'm talking to CJ. Um, Let me explain my pros on snails here. Snails is a thief. Well, in later games referred to as a rogue, but in this case, he is a thief. Most games where I've played or I've had players play as thieves, or just players in general, you will have the goofball. Nice. Um, one game. Oh, I'll tell you in a minute, but let me finish with what I was going on with here. You had you had Snails, who was your thief. He was kind of cowardly. He mouthed off a lot. He also talked ghetto, and I'm just sitting there going like, and everybody had a problem with. Well, he's also black. That was a big back in 2000. People had an issue with the fact that there were black people in the Dungeons and Dragons game. I remember that. So don't get on my ass about it first and foremost. I'm just referring to the times. People were upset at the fact that there were black people in a medieval fantasy setting. I had no issue with it. In fact, I was quite fine with it. I've had people play their thieves in that manner. So I was fine with it. And if you ever played these, if people have actually played these games, you would know you've had characters that act like that. Complete and utter fools, rolling once regularly, and and then you had, and then as soon as his character was killed off, I believe half the movie I lost interest at that point because then it was just Ridley from that point on. And Ridley, of course, was the fighter slash thief of the group who had potential. And that was my main problem with the 2000 movie was it suffered from main character syndrome. Again, I had no problem with Morgan Freeman being in Robin Hood or the Prince of Thieves, but if you want to go with Men in Tights, I would rather go with the Dave Chappelle version. Because, okay, case in point, when you're playing D&D, who are you going to end up with the most? You're going to build a character wanting to be Morgan Freeman, but eventually you're going to play it like Dave Chappelle. And that's how it's always going to work out every game. You want Conan the Barbarian, but you end up with Paul Rubens. And that's how it works out every time. You want to make a badass character, you build this badass character, but somehow turns into a comedian by the end of it, or a goofball of some sort. Which that was why I liked this one. They had moments where the characters weren't being they you didn't take the characters seriously and they were having fun with their roles. And that's what I liked about this. That was my pet peeve for Wrath of the Dragon God or the Elemental Magic, I think it was called in Europe or something like that. They give it some weird name in Europe. But Dungeons and Dragons 2, I'm just going to call it 2 for consistency and uh, don't want to confuse everybody. But the second movie, they took it way too seriously to the point of it made it boring. I mean, they got everything right. I mean, you could tell that the main character treated this like a veteran D&D player. But the fact that they were just bland characters really killed it for me. They took the fun the what they took the good elements that was in the first film, the good elements, and just threw it in the trash. And then threw in what they thought D&D should be like. Well, how I should put it, they put it how people think D&D is usually played. But and I have yet to see the third one. I I bought it and I was going to watch it and it wouldn't play on my machine. So I ended up sending it back. But if there's like a version of it on YouTube or Daily Motion or something like that, I'll see if I can watch it. Cleric. It was The Cleric. I have the movie, and I do watch it periodically. Um, yeah, it was The Cleric, and yeah, he was the I would say you never want to be a moral compass in the group because you're going to be the first one killed off. And that goes for movies too. Like I stopped watching Walking Dead because every time they had a moral compass, I knew he was dead before the end of the year. um, but yeah, it was I'm trying to think. Yeah, Walking Dead. There's a few other shows I've seen. What was it? Lost. And they kept doing that, and it was like it's such a bad trope now that I don't even watch movies that have moral characters that show up as a moral compass. Because as soon as that character gets killed off, you've lost my interest because that usually is the one character I like, and when you kill that character off, I tend to lose interest in the show in general. Um, yeah, now that was another thing that kind of bugged me about the first few movies was the fact, and the only reason I watched Lost was because my girlfriend at the time was really into what was his name? Something Monahan. Well, he was also in Lord of the Rings. He played Mary, and he was also in Lost. I can't think of his name. It's something Monahan. But yeah, she was like really into him at the time, so it was like she watched Lost just because of him. But it's like the first season. How can I describe the first season of Lost? It was balanced, where it was some good things happened, some bad things happened, some bad things happened, some good things happened. You see, they kind of kept it balanced. Then all of a sudden, with the second season, I think it was about halfway through it, she lost interest in the show because it kept going. Some bad things happen. Some bad things happen. Some bad things happen. Some good things happen. Some bad things happen. Some bad things happen. Some bad things happen. Some bad things happen. Some good things happen. It was like it was completely unbalanced at that point. But yeah, it's like she got tired of watching just negative things happening. People, over and over and over and over and over again. Hardly anything good was happening, and she just went like, you know what? I'm done with this show. And I lost interest in the show after the first half of the first season. Walking Dead, I was kind of the same way. I lost interest about halfway through the second season. And I love zombie movies. Zombie movies are some of my favorite movies. And I couldn't watch Walking Dead after a while because I'd say after some time there was like entire seasons where there's like no focus on zombies whatsoever. That is true. Um, Now you want to watch a show that really messes with your mind. Try Twin Peaks, and I'm talking the whole shebang, from the first TV show, the first two seasons, to the movie, and then the reprisal that they had a couple years back, where and it starts off, it starts off fairly good. Twin Peaks. It was a show back in the late '80s, early '90s. It was only 2 seasons, and, it was by, David Lynch, if that gives you any clues on what to expect at that point. So, yeah, you had, like, it was a fairly good show. Anybody that's seen it, can tell you. It was kind of, what you would call off the wall sometimes, what they would do on there, because the whole point was the whole point of the show was it was a commentary on modern television. That's the whole point of the show, and nobody got it. I didn't get it until years later. Then I kind of went back to it and we're like, oh my God, he's making an entire commentary on television. And the whole commentary goes off with, and if you think about it, it's kind of neat what he does. The main character is in contact with us throughout the whole show. The main character. And I mean by that is what we know, he knows. So if we're present to see something, he has an idea of what to look for in a later scene. Case in point, there's this one scene where he is trying to figure out what happened to this person that ended up missing. We saw what happened to the person the spot where he disappeared. We see where he was, which is in this way off area in a trailer park. Now there's no trailer in that spot where he disappeared. There's no inclination that he should look in that area. None whatsoever. The only reason he looks over there is because we know that's where it happened. Not him, us. We knew. The audience knew. I thought that was pretty neat. So when we knew something, he had an inclination of what to do. And I think people thought that was like, well, he's a terrible detective, that he works like that he knows these things before it happens. No, 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 he doesn't know. We know. And by us knowing, he knows something. So basically, he's a meta character in a TV show. But I forgot what I was going to mention earlier after talking about the movie. Let me just see what you said here. Tiefling people are constantly. Oh, we were talking. I was going to talk about the pet thing. I never around that time when the Dome came out is pretty much when I stopped watching standard television in general. I'm talking um, cable, dish, broadcast television. I just dropped it entirely. Mainly because um, the commercialization of everything drives me up a fucking tree. I can't watch a show without a good 20 minutes of commercials spread out between a 15-minute show. And that 15-minute show, if it was made back in the 80s, was up to 25 minutes. But now they got so many commercials in a show now. What should have been a half-hour show is now an hour. And you can go buy the DVDs and you can see what I mean. I mean, you could watch DVDs of an old show from like the 1940s or 1950s and 60s, and they had commercial breaks in them. But the thing is you could watch those shows and you have almost 25 minutes, almost 30 minutes of a show. Now it's like you put on what supposedly is a half-hour show. You're lucky if it breaks the 20-minute mark. I think what was one of the shows I watched was NCIS. I was into that show for a while until it kept going and going and going. And I think they're like on the 20th or 25th season or something like that. Be right back. Okay. I'm gonna when you get back, I'm gonna talk to you about pets. Meantime. Uh, Okay, I'm back. Had to lose a few gallons. Are you back too? Oh, okay, you are. Uh, yes, a little while ago, or not, you didn't ask, but you had mentioned, where was it? You had one of your players had domesticated a displacer beast cub. I think one of my groups, or actually, it was one of the last games I ran. One of the characters had it was a dire wolf, I believe. Okay, John Cena. I don't even really watch wrestling, but I know John Cena. Go figure. But yeah, it was a dire wolf, if I remember correctly, and the character in question was a gnome druid, and she ended up with a dire wolf, and basically fitted the dire wolf with a saddle for herself. So it ended up also being her companion, her protector, and her ride. I'm seeing a bunch of pop-ups here. What's going on? Oh, who gives a crap about that? Anyway, so yeah, it was she did that, and also another game. I think what was it? It was a different group, and it was the halfling and the half elf druid, and the half elf druid would change into a black panther that the halfling would ride like a horse. So yeah, there was various combinations like that that would happen. That's a good one. Well, and I might as well mention it now because I plan on putting this on its own video by itself. I finished this book. How do I put it lightly? This one was kind of boring. Yeah, Dark Walker on Moonshade. I can barely remember anything that happened in this book, tell you the truth. The characters are okay, but I knew physically I didn't know what any of them looked like. I think one had brown hair. That was about it. And they made mention of countries where various people were from, and they had that various countries' appearance, but never specified what that appearance was. So it was imprinted. That would make sense. But yeah, the main thing that really kind of made it drag was the fact that they also had like these little vignettes in between chapters involving the deities and their little fight going on, which somehow connected to the main story. And to this point, I still don't know how they connected to each other, other than the main villain, and that was it. But yeah, I'm as a first book for the Forgotten Realms, this is very highly unrememberable, and I was disappointed. But Yeah, it was. You had Tristan Kendrick. I had to actually look up the name to remember it. I remember the name was Tristan, but I couldn't remember the last name. The main thing I remember about him was pretty much his beginning character, where he was. I would call him a spoiled royalty light, and I mean light as in he's spoiled royalty, but at the same time he's actually a nice guy. Kind of like in the lines of that one girl in The Princess and the Frog, the best friend. Kind of that vein. He's kind of he's all about himself, but he's also willing to be out for his friends as well. So, so it's kind of a contradiction in that. I kind of like that, but everything else in is it was hit or miss a lot of the times. I think and a lot of fighting with giants. So it was almost like a telling of what was it, Jack the Giant Killer. It was almost that. If I wanted to give kind of an idea of what the plot was, it was kind of that. It was Jack the Giant Killer, and then you had the main villain, which was a shapeshifter of some sort. It was kind of like the T-1000, the way it was going around. So anyway, this book is done. I'm putting it up here and the wall of my collection of books. And now we go to. I tried to get the older editions because I love the artwork from the older books. We're on to the Crystal Shard, which I believe is the very first appearance of Drizzt. And someone told me ahead of time, even though he's in this, he is not the main character. Yeah, this is a very beat up copy. But yeah, even though it's like everybody pretty much made him like the main Forgotten Realms character for a lot of things, he's the badass. He was actually the what you would call like the oh hello oh he'll be online in a bit. We're going to have a guest speaker on here in a little while. It's going to be Bots and Blasters. So he'll come on here and he'll talk with me for a little bit. We'll chit chat and stuff like that. That's going to be a first for me. Hopefully, you guys will be able to hear him. I might, I might have to switch off this stuff though. Uh, let's see here. Boop. Put it to PC screen. Yeah. Okay. Sure, I have the volume up enough so he can hear me. Yes, have the volume up enough so he'll sleep through the whole thing. um. So yeah, Crystal Shard is my next book, so I'm going to be starting this here soon. As you can see, I've been picking up the beat up versions. The ones you find at the used bookstores and stuff. I've been buying these off of eBay, and if I end up, because my town used to be flooded with used bookstores. Now I think there's only one I found, and it hardly has anything in it. So, but someone asked me what was the first D&D book I actually read, and that would be The Legend of Huma, and that was a Dragonlance book, and that was back in 1990, 91, because it was a library book at my middle school library, and that was the first Dungeons and Dragons book I actually read. I didn't even know it was a D&D related book. I didn't know Dragonlance was related to D&D at the time, but I found out a little bit later after I was reading it. reading the copyright inside that says Advanced Dungeons and Dragons on it. I'm like, oh, cool. Okay, I'll read this then. And I think that was pretty much where signed on to the whole Brotherhood of Knights kind of thing in a D&D game. Because I think at that time I didn't even know about things like the Templars and stuff like that. Where you had these clandestine brotherhood of knights doing good deeds and stuff like that. I think I was even unfamiliar with King Arthur at the time. I mean, I knew of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but I really didn't understand the whole concept of these guys coming together to do what needed to be done or whatnot. Even though in Dragonlance they weren't like that at all. It was like they were more like this petty group of guys going like, "I'm a knight and you're not." But it was like who was it? Stern Brightblade that kind of when finally read Chronicles, I was like saw Stern Brightblade, and I'm going like, that's the knight they should be. And same with whom I was like, that's the way the knights should be, and all the other knights are just kind of like, well, I'm a knight, you're not, and you should be doing what I want. Yeah, I think this stream is going to go on for a little longer than the last few and the ones I got rid of, but I'm actually going to hold on to this one. I'm going to let it go for a while. So if there's, I'm a barbarian by nature. I kind of see myself as the book version of a Conan character. I'm a barbarian, but I have a head on my shoulders. I have a brain that works, and I use it. Unfortunately, that doesn't reflect very well in the games because I'm kind of. What are you doing down there? You're going to get run over. But thank you for letting me know you're down there. I don't know why she's over here. Her bed's over here. Yeah. What? Don't lick your chops. Makes me nervous when you do that. Think you might eat me while I'm asleep. Let's see here. So let me recheck this real quick. Back it up a bit. Delete. Delete. Okay, yeah, still not. No changes on the votes yet. Still got 91% and 9%. And Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance at a flat 0. Apparently, people don't like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance that much. Or probably they've seen the original videos and don't particularly care to see it again, me play it again. Oh, I might eventually play it anyway, but so far it's looking like Dragon Age. And Dragon Age I have played, not on this channel, but I have played, and I didn't beat it. And that was back when it initially came out. Because I was looking for something to placate me while I was waiting on the next Skyrim. which has yet to happen. And no, I did not buy Starfield. In fact, I avoided it, and that was mainly due to the fact that 9 times out of 10, in about a year or two, once they get all the bugs and stuff fixed, they usually come up with a what do you call it? A game of the year, which has all the DLC and all that stuff. So I usually wait for that and then get that, which is how I went. Which that's how I've been with pretty much all the what do you call it? The Bethesda games. I just wait until the game of the year comes out, then I get it. Because at that point they got their shit together and they got all the DLC put in one spot, so I don't have to go shopping around for it. But yeah, so um, and I was asked if I was going to do the Fallout games for my other channel over in Grey Wolf. I'm not, and I'm going to give you two reasons why. One, I can't play Fallout 3 on my computer, and apparently a lot of people seem to have problems trying to play Fallout 3. So, yeah, I'm not going to be playing Fallout 3. If I can get a disc version that works, I'll probably play that, but I don't know if I have a disc version anywhere. So if I can find a disc copy and get it, of a Game of the Year edition, and I can get it to work on my computer, not a Steam or GOG, because neither one of them work. That was wasted money on my part. But yeah, any of the Fallout games, I'm probably not going to play because I want to play them in chronological order, all of them, not play a few of them, skip others, then play a few more. So yeah, it's just going to be exclusively Elder Scrolls games on Older and Grey Wolf, which I need to get back to at some point because I haven't played it in like 2 weeks, I think. So I need to get back to it at some point. And my XCOM channel is right; it's still dead right now. Although I might be uploading stuff. The videos won't be available until March 1st. Although I might play the first, you know, might play the first tutorial, but the game that is designated for March 1st will start at March 1st, and then they'll just go on like a regular thing. And I'll be doing them episodic, so it's like one mission per video, with all the other stuff happening around it added to the video, just like normal. So yes, really. Mm-hmm. You're hungry. She wants out the door so she can get her to her food. I tried bringing her food in here and her water and stuff. She won't touch it. I have to have it in the hallway for her. Okay. Now, to let you guys know about a few things, I got a little bit of a history lesson for you. I mentioned in my poll this fantasy trilogy. The reason I bring that up, Yeah, CJ might not make it tonight, but I just got a message from Bots and Blasters. He's on his way home right now. As soon as he gets home, he'll hop on. So at least one person's going to make it, but that I'm aware of. But CJ, he's up in the air at the moment. So, like I said, this was a last minute thing, and this will probably go for a while. I'm guessing at least 2 to 3 hours. Oh, it's my papa. Give me a second. Give me a second. His movie's over. He wants me to switch his DVDs for him, or put it on a regular channel for him. One of the two. So give me a minute. Let me put on some music so you're not just listening to dead air. Let's see. I'll just put that on for now. Be right back. Miley's in here with me. No, she isn't. I said Miley was in here with me, and then I went, no, she isn't. She came over to eat. Okay. Oh, did you want me to open the gate for you? Did you want me to open the gate for you? Open the gates. Open the gates. I just did that for you. know CJ's not going to go to this one, but we have coming? What? Talking to Miley. Are you coming? You bulldozing the door open again. Okay. Okay. Okay, and that was music by Kevin MacLeod, if anyone's interested. I can't recall the actual names of the tunes, though, so when I get around to it, I'll figure it out. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I can't believe an hour and a half has gone by already. I must be having fun. Well, I'm not just chatting with you, I'm also talking about other things. So as long as I keep myself occupied with things, we should be going smoothly. I need to add to my collection of cookbooks. Apparently, there's other ones. We got here Heroes Feast, which came out, I believe, a couple years ago. Because I remember getting a copy for one of my daughters. And she's cooked a few of the stuff on it. She says the food's great. So I said, well, it also helps you know what you're doing. She's been, at one time, she wanted to be a sous chef. So I think she knows what she's doing. And this one just came out, I think, a couple months ago. And this is Flavors of the Multiverse. And I haven't even cracked this one open yet to see what's in it. Unfortunately, I can't cook any of this stuff right now because I don't have a proper stove right now. The stove that's in the house is over 50 years old and hasn't worked in over a decade. But as soon as that is taken care of, I promise I might actually start a D&D cooking channel on, not channel, but video series. You know, me cooking D&D food out of here. That's something to look forward to in the coming years, I suppose, because I don't think I'm going to have a stove until probably 1 or 2 years from now. I probably did, and I don't remember it. Because I didn't leave the videos up here, so I don't remember what I did in the last time I did stream. So this one I'm actually going to leave on this time because I'm actually having fun and talking here. So hopefully this doesn't go too bad. Unfortunately, only like one or two people have showed up, and I'm not saying the people that showed up are in any way a bad thing. At least somebody's showing up. So yeah, as long as people are showing up, I'll keep going. So if he makes it on here, I'm looking at let's see. Nope. I'm seeing here. Well, right now he's not here yet, but he has acknowledged that he'll hop on as soon as he gets here. And for anybody that doesn't know, Bots and Blasters does a YouTube channel on Nerf guns. I'm not really into Nerf guns myself. I mean, if I was younger, I'd probably be into. This is true. It is better than talking to myself, although I have great conversations with myself all the time. So some of the best conversations are with myself. Just be glad I'm not going to talk about the dirty conversations. That would be embarrassing. So I got 3 conventions to go to. I got a few games I'm going on to. So I haven't played Dragon Age in a long time. I don't remember much about it. The only thing I remember about it is that the elves are treated extremely different from other fantasy worlds I'm aware of. You know, they're more like second-class citizens and slaves. Is that a commentary they're going for there? Huh. Anyway. So okay, so I gotta look at what I haven't mentioned what my current list. Like I said, I dropped a bunch of the games. I'm now it was up to like I think it was an ungodly 10 or 12. So where we got it now is the Bard's Tale trilogy. So whenever we start up a new cycle, it's going to be starting with the Bard's Tale trilogy for now. Then it's going to go to Wizardry Proving Grounds, Dungeon Punks for now, at least for 4 more rounds or cycles. Legend of Grimrock, which, by the way, I forgot to save at certain points, so I screwed myself over, and I'm probably going to have to do all that stuff all over again. Don't worry, I'll put it on camera for you. Next game up is Pathfinder Kingmaker, which I'm going to be making here soon. Then we're going back to Forgotten Realms. We're going to be playing Pool of Radiance. At least give it another shot. Then we go to Diablo. Then we're going to play Wizardry again. We're going to be because this next coming up one we're going to be playing the good guys. Or the last time we played the bad guys, so the next one coming up is the good guys. And then we'll play Shadowrun and Order of the Griffin. No particular order on that one since they're both in RetroArch. Then we're going to do Grotesque Tactics, Evil Heroes, and then we complete the cycle with Temple of Elemental Evil. And then we start over again. At some point, I'm going to be playing a demo for Zoria Age of Shattering what? Oh, Zoria Age of Shattering the Prologue, which is basically the demo game. And that's going to be going for the next Friday Night Randomness. And if you're saying anything, I can't see it right now because I switched down to one screen and I got the live stream screen um, brought down. So I'm going to put it back up here. Yeah, I was actually amused by it too. Well, it also means I can double check things that I missed out on because I think there's a couple of spots where I might have missed, and I was thinking about going back to anyway. So no real hurt feelings. At least I know what I have to do, and I'm not going to spend like a half hour trying to figure out that teleporter puzzle. Which I was surprised I was able to figure that out on my own. Yep. So I think there was another switch I missed. But yeah, that one puzzle that vexed me for a little while, and then when I finally figured it, I'm going like, "Duh, that was so obvious." But I'm just sitting there going like, "JP is going to fuck my shit up if I don't know how to solve this puzzle on my own. He will track down where I live and put a bomb on my water heater." So yeah, I'm gonna retrack and actually be a little bit more thorough. Yeah, I was actually surprised. I'm going like, wait a minute, I got side steps I can try, So I started doing the side. My problem with it is because the buttons are so close together. It's Q and E to turn, but it's A and D to sidestep, and I kept missing A and D and hitting Q and stuff like that. So having those two buttons right next to each other kind of messed with me a little bit. I had to actually get a handle on it before I could actually finish the puzzle, and at the same time be really quick about it. So I had to throw the rock, step over, go forward, but I had to time it right. It was all based on the timing. So I can imagine you were just going, whoa, by the time I did it. Okay, this is actually what I'm going to ask everybody. So since you're here right now, JP, when it comes to Dragon Age, what character should I start? What should I play? A lot of people are saying I should do the human because that's the one with the best story. The human, uh, I guess, fighter or whatever. That because he has the best story. But I wanted just want as many people's opinions as possible because we also got the dwarf and we also got you got you got two kinds of humans, which you got the knight and you got the magic user, or not the knight, but the fighter type and the magic user. Oh, okay. Well, it's kind of, if I remember correctly, and some people have confirmed it for me, because when I played Dragon Age, I remember this. When you start off as you can create it. The reason they call it origins is because you can pick different origins of your character before it actually goes into the main game, and even affects some plot points later on in the game. And the origins are you have two different ones for humans, because if you're a human or which would either be the fighter or the thief type, but I forgot what they called the thief in that one. It might have been thief or rogue or something like that. But if you had that one, you started off as a nobleman, but you also had the option of being a mage or a magic user. And that one the magic user has its own plot in comparison to the noble. Then you had the dwarves, and you had a dwarf noble. You're a member of a dwarf noble house, or you could be like a dwarf peasant or merchant or something like that. Both of them have their own story leading up to the main game. Then you have elves, and I think I mentioned it already earlier tonight. elves are a little bit different from what you would expect from fantasy, where usually the elves are, this clandestine kind of Lord of the Rings, beauty beyond measure, practically immortal, whatnot. In the case of this one, they change it up a bit. They're uh, they're basically either in hiding in the woods or they're slaves. So you got two different kind of elves. You got the ones that are in hiding, basically like a elf rebellion against humans, and then you got those who are basically enslaved by humans. And I thought that was a very different take on how games have done elves, and I just thought I was actually surprised about it, and I thought that was pretty cool. But from what I understand, each story arc for the different types um, had different effects on the story. But a lot of people are saying that the Human Noble is probably the best story in the whole thing. That's the one that's the most fleshed out in comparison to all the other ones. So I'm as a as a well, I forgot where I was going with that. So I'm going to try again with something else. The original idea was I was going to go with the Noble just because that's the one with the best story. But I was going to throw it out, well, which one should I do? And if you want to see a different, if people want to see a different story arc instead of just this one pretty much everyone that's played it knows. So I'll probably put like what do you call it? Another vote on it on my community for it. But yeah, that's what I do remember the most about Dragon Age. Other than that, I don't know remember pretty much anything else after that. I remember there was a in your party you can get a golem, and it's explained in the story for that one that it was DLC at the time. I don't know what it is now, but if it's still in there or not. But it was DLC at the time, and its backstory was the fact that it was once a female dwarf because golems need a soul inside them in order to work. So they put a female dwarf's soul inside it, and it's usually voluntary. It's not like they just grabbed a dwarf and said, "You're going in this golem and you're going to serve your people." No, they actually volunteered to become golems. And then with like what is it, Baldur's Gate 3, there's romance involved with your characters, and you can go either way. I do remember that because I remember the male elf was hitting on my character pretty hard, and I was just sitting there going like, but it's like I wasn't really interested at the time. I was more interested in the female priestess. Of course, to my understanding, everybody had this thing for the the wild mage, who is kind of a villain, if I remember correctly, but she's on your side. Let's see if he's up and running yet. Mm, Well, if he takes any longer, I might do a sex show or something. Bots is taking a while, apparently. Of course, I have no idea where he lives and how long it takes him to get from work to home. So I'll probably do like a sex show, do a little song and dance, strip tease, that kind of thing. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. I want to stay on YouTube a while. I don't want to get lynched. Besides, no one wants to see that nightmare. Okay. I wanted to write down what my latest thing is. Okay, so when I said I was going to do, oops. Why is it way the hell over there? Okay, hold on. I hit the wrong one. I want to extend. Hit extend. Why didn't you extend? Why did you just go to... Okay. There we go. Now get your ass back over here. There we go. All right, now I'll move you over to here. Okay. I think we got it now. Okay. I had to fiddle with my screen for a minute. So I was going to say, okay, the Bard's Tale. When I call them cycles because it's like I go through the thing, then I start back over. So it's going to be the Bard's Tale. And Wizardry. Yeah. Team B, which is the bad guys. Dungeon Punks. Which will eventually become... Looks like it's going to be Dragon Age because I'm still like 91% at this time. If I start Dragon Age, I'm going to be playing pretty much all of them. And I believe a fourth one is coming out soon. So, but I might wait on that one until, it's like all the DLC and all that stuff's out. So we'll wait on the fourth one. And besides, it might take me a while to get through them all anyway. Then we go to Legend of Grimrock, which, yes, I kept calling it Legend of Grimlock the other night. And I caught myself after I did the recording. So I did all the corrections in post. Anyways. But yeah, I couldn't believe I was doing that. I kept calling it Grimlock. That's Grimrock. And Pathfinder. You might have noticed that I've dropped Pathfinder Survivor of whatever. That oh yeah, I agree. The only reason I went on is because I couldn't sleep anymore. I'd been sleeping. I've been like this the entire last 2 weeks. I've been sleeping through the day, and it's like, and not just sleeping through the day. It's like I'll wake up, I get really tired about 2 hours after waking up. I go back to bed. Then I wake up again 4 hours later. I'm up for about 2 hours. Then I go back to bed. And it's been like that for me for the past couple of weeks. Pathfinder, Kingmaker. The other Pathfinder, that game that where it's like a rogue-like kind of game. Yeah, I'm dropping that for now. I'll probably pick up again, like as a part of my Friday night randomness to see how far along it's gotten. And the reason is because it's a what do you call it? It's a work in progress still. So they're in beta right now. So I'm giving it a break to, see what, like a couple of weeks or so, see how far along it gets. Then we go to Pool of Radiance, Diablo. Then we go back to Wizardry and we do Team A, which is the good guys. Yeah, I did drop Wizardry 7, at least for now. And the reason is because I wanted to focus on just one Wizardry game right now, and having two Wizardry games in the same cycle just kind of it was messing with me after a while because I kept getting used to one system, then I got to retract to a different system. Up 6, yeah. Sorry, tired. Even though it's 7:45, my brain's still like all over the place. So you're right, it was 6. Then Wizardry Team A, which is the good guys. Then we'll do Shadowrun, which I'm doing all of the games. After I'm done with this Shadowrun, I'm doing the Genesis version, which came out, I believe, the following year. And then Grotesque Tactics. Oh, wasn't that fun when I had to go through all those videos to make sure that I removed those commercials? I'm sorry for confusing you. Here, have a drink. Temple of Elemental Evil. Yeah, I need to write this down because since I got a few games that are in RetroArch, it kind of screws me, and then screws me up, and then I got one game that I got to play twice because I got two different teams on it. So okay, so we got Bard's Tale, Wizardry, Team B, Dungeon Punks, Dragon Age, Legend of Grimrock, Pathfinder Kingdom, Kingmaker. Oh God, why did I put Kingdom? I put Kingmaker. Pool of Radiance, which I'm going to be playing that. If I have to start over again with when I switch this all over to a new machine, which will probably be later this year, hopefully within a couple of months after I get my tax returns. I'll just start over again. That's fine. I'll try to make the characters as close to the current party as possible. Diablo, which, by the way, I don't see what the big deal about Diablo is. I find it kind of boring. I might actually just drop Diablo in a few more videos if it doesn't pick up for me, and I'll just replace it with something else because everybody was raving about Diablo, the original Diablos, and all that stuff, and I'm just sitting there going like, I'm not seeing what's so great about this. This is boring to me. It's mind numbing to me. So if it doesn't pick up for me, say in a couple more videos, I might just drop it. But I will say, I gave it a shot. That's the most anybody can ask of me. I gave Diablo a shot, and I'm not impressed by it. And then, and I already got what's going to be happening after. Uh, what is it? Pop this up real quick. Because I got two games on RetroArch right now, which is the emulator I'm using. Yeah. Wait, what? What was going on there? That was weird. Okay, so yeah, as soon as I turn RetroArch on, it started going on the tags, and I'm just sitting there going, "What's going on? I'm not touching anything yet." Okay, so Yeah, the first here. Yeah, Dungeon Dragons Order of the Griffin, which I'm going to be continuing on. Apparently, that one's a Greyhawk one. I didn't realize that. So that one's kind of connected to. Um, yeah, then we got Shadowrun. So yeah, apparently there wasn't much in the line of games for Greyhawk because I know Temple of Elemental Evil is bar none. That is Greyhawk because that's how the setup was originally built. That's what it's set up in. So Temple of Elemental Evil, if anybody asks, that is Greyhawk setting. Order of the Griffin is also Greyhawk, along with I can't remember what the other game's name was, but the other game as well that goes on the Genesis. That one is also Greyhawk. So there are a few Greyhawk games out there. They're just very, very, very few. But yeah, if I start a series of games, I want to play them until I complete the series, um, and hopefully the game keeps my interest. I think out of all of them, the most interesting one is the Pool series, Pool of Radiance series, which that's what they call it. Oh, God, now I got the hiccups. Yeah, so because that one goes here. Because if you look at it initially, it's four games. It's Pool of Radiance, Curse of the Azure Bonds, Secret of the Silver Blades, or Blades, Silver Blades, and Pool of Darkness. But there's also Hillsfar, which is kind of squeezed between Pool of Radiance and Curse of the Azure Bonds. And I find that particular one the most interesting because it differentiates itself on making it's a series of mini games, and but it still tells its own little story. But it's actually connected between Pool of Radiance and Curse of the Azure Bonds, and you can put your characters between that. I find that absolutely fascinating that they did that by making a completely different styled game in the middle of the series, or not in the middle of the series, but as the second part of the series. But they made it in such a way that you don't even have to really play it to get to Azure Bonds and use your characters from Pool of Radiance. But because I'm that kind of guy, of course I'm going to throw it in. That I'm going to put that in there in between Azure Bonds and Pool of Radiance. Switch the titles around. So I wonder if he's here yet. Nope, still asleep. So he's not on yet. Well, this was like a last minute thing anyway. I wasn't originally. A lot of people were saying that. To my understanding, I've seen a lot of people playing it, and the one I've seen being played the most is the Nintendo version. And of course, if you're playing the Nintendo version, you're basically bypassing the entire point of the game. And that was they made Pool of Radiance, but they wanted to keep everyone's interest in the product. So they said, "Hey, by the way, we're going to put this game out for you guys, and you can use your characters from yeah, and you can use your characters from Pool of Radiance in this game. Well, one at a time, of course. I've noticed, but and when you're done with that game, your characters that you used in this game can be used in the next game. So that I think that was the big draw of the game to begin with, is the fact that they did that, but putting it on the NES kind of, I think, kind of kills the purpose of the entire point. Was it was something to put in between the two games while everyone was waiting on Curse of the Azure Bonds. Which, by the way, I'm looking at the novels, and apparently Pool of Radiance and Azure Bonds have absolutely no connection to each other other than locate where they're located. Because Azure Bonds is actually a different trilogy entirely in Forgotten Realms. And the book came out before Pool of Radiance. So someone probably read the book and go like, "Hey, that's a good idea. I'll make a game out of that one." But yeah, watching the list here. Actually, if you look at the listing there, they actually put it on. It goes Pool of Radiance, Hillsfar, then goes Curse of the Azure Bonds. So it actually has them in the correct order, and they even put them in the middle of the series. So when they put it together, they kind of knew that that's where it went. Which brings me to my next question. Since I'm using two fighters, and I believe was it two fighters? Yeah, two fighters, because then you got a cleric or a priest and a thief or rogue, and then you use two magic users. So when you start up the Hillsfar, you at least want to use four of the characters, and those four characters will go on to the next game, which leaves out two characters that don't go, because I'm not going to make two videos of the same thing over and over again. Because I learned my lesson with the first time playing Polar Radiance. It kind of got boring of me doing the same shit over and over again. And so, but there's introduction of new character types in Azure, Curse of the Azure Bonds. So that means I'm going to be dropping two characters and bringing in new ones. So this is my thought here. When I get to Hillsfar, what fighter and what mage is going to be not used? Or I should say, which ones are going to be used in Hillsfar, and then, you know, because that's going to leave two characters left on the wayside, and they're going to be dropped by the next game anyway. Because I'm going to be, I believe it's a paladin, and I forgot what the other one was, but so that means there's going to be two new characters joining in the party and two dropping out, which kind of sounds like a D&D group. Because if you, I, that's actually quite true if you think about it. That's exactly how a D&D's group works. Because you'll always have the two, one or two people drop out, maybe one or two people join in later. So that could actually be the case. Yeah, paladin and a ranger. So yeah, I'm going to be dropping a mage and a fighter and replacing them with a paladin and a ranger. Do rangers actually suck? Because I've been hearing a lot of YouTube jokes about that, saying how much rangers suck. And I'm just sitting there going, like, maybe you're just not playing them right. Because there's two good examples of a ranger. You got Aragorn and you got Robin Hood, which Robin Hood was what the ranger was based on, I believe, when they created the character type. Wow, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Anyway, so Well, at least you get to watch me when I go into my tangents about a subject. That was weird. I thought I heard something go thump back there. So I don't even remember what characters I have in my game right now. I gotta relearn the game once I get back on there. That was another subject I wanted to get on. The different kind of RPGs I've been playing on my channel. I've kind of discovered that there's certain types I like and certain types that, if I can avoid them, I will. And so far, it's been when it comes to what I would say the early D&D style, which is where they have, how should I put it, the POV dungeon crawl style, and then combat and strategic style. I like that one. It's just they make it too hard in the combat. And what I like about it is the fact that when they do the combat, it kind of reminds me of playing with miniatures. If you understand, and I think that's what they were going for, is the fact that you have your battlefield and you have your miniatures moving around in the field, fighting. And I actually enjoy that because it gives me the feel of playing an actual D&D game, playing with the miniatures. I like those. I do like a lot of the dungeon crawls. Uh, Wizardry, and I'm talking about the current Wizardry. I actually enjoy that one. The way they revamped the whole combat system in it. I enjoy it. It's very good. The other one, I'm trying to think here of the other game. The ones like the more current D&D games, like Baldur's Gate, Pathfinder uses the style where it's like the group of people walking around on the field and use point and click commands and stuff like that. I like that one too. I like that style as well. It's very reminiscent of, like I said, playing with miniatures. I enjoy it. Uh, Diablo, on the other hand, because it's just one character, and I think that's probably why it's kind of a setback for me. Because I'm playing a game, most of the games I've played in, it's a party of characters or a group of people playing together in in a setting where Diablo is just pretty much just one guy walking around. Uh, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much aimlessly, just wandering around killing monsters. And I think that's why I don't particularly care for Diablo that much. I didn't know what I was expecting when I was going to play Diablo, but the fact that it's just one character walking around fighting monsters and I would say nondescript dungeons, it's it's kind of boring for me. The imagery on it, it's like, and of course there's the lack, I should say, the lack of actual RPG elements in it. I don't know who thought this was an RPG because it doesn't feel like it to me. And you only got like what, 6 or 7 NPCs so far. Oh, what do we got here? Hmm. Oh, just gonna. Okay, bot's on his way. Apparently, he got a flat tire, so that's why he's running late. Oop. Well, it looks like I got a hold of CJ and bots, but CJ isn't really talking at the moment, so he might be on his thing, but just not talking at the moment. So I'll give him a little text real quick. Ooh, sounds like he's in a zone somewhere because it took a while for that text to get through. Bingo Blitz. um, I occasionally play when I'm like watching YouTube. I'm usually playing games like where is it? Yeah, I'm going to show you how boring I get when I'm just sitting here watching YouTube videos. I'll sit here and I'll play Bejeweled 2 or a bubble game or Gem Drop. I'm playing one of those 3 games. And that's usually when I'm watching YouTube videos. And I'm surprised nobody's asked me what YouTube videos I watch, what kind of YouTube videos I watch. Because I don't usually watch gaming. I generally don't even watch other people's like Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff like that. I don't watch them. I avoid them. I got that on my phone. Sometimes play that at work. I think I play like the more recent version of it though. Another one I play is I liked it's I can't think of the name of it, but it's like one of those uh, I Spy kind of games where you have to find the hidden object in the thing, and I usually play like the crime ones. I think it's called Criminal Case or something like that. But the only thing that sucks about it is you have to wait for your points to play, and I hate that. It's like you're really getting into it, you're finally getting through a case, and all of a sudden you have to wait 24 hours. And that's even if you pay for shit. What are you doing? She's kicking my chair. She's sitting there over here asleep, and she's kicking my chair. But yeah, I have played Candy Crush, and the original Candy Crush, I got pretty high on that one. I think I was up to level 200 before I finally gave up on it. And it wasn't so much I gave up on it as I got a different phone and I just didn't download it. And this is actually a newer phone for me, so I'm just waiting to see what kind of memory it has on it. So before I get carried away with downloading crap on it. I do have a question though. Is there a time limit on how long I could do a live stream? Because I don't think I've ever gone past 2 hours. It goes that far? Wow. Well, the only reason I'm up to 200 is because that was where, like I switched phones. I've been playing it for like because you probably know what I mean, where you get to like a level and it like takes you a while to get past it because it keeps the same setup, but it changes up what shows up sometimes. So it takes a while to get through the level, or you need like a special item or something to get through because it wants to be a pain in the ass. Originally when I was going to do this live stream, I was going to sit here with this in front of me. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, I was going to have it, and I was going to have it angled like this, and I was going to sit like this. But then I saw the reflection right here, and I said, that's going to drive people crazy because it's driving me crazy looking at it. So I went, never mind. I think I did it for one of my Friday Night Randomness videos, and it bugged me the whole time when that thing was there, and all I could see was the reflection of the computer on it. I was going to. Okay. I am guilty of several DM quirks. One of them being, oh dear, after rolling some dice, and not even look at anybody specific. Just go, oh dear. All of a sudden, you can hear a pin drop, and 9 times out of 10, it's nothing. Nothing going on here. It's just me rolling dice, and I'm just randomly dropping dice, and I'm not saying anything. Everybody's doing stuff. They're shopping or whatever, and then all of a sudden, you just hear. They're all looking around like, why'd he drop dice for? And someone pops off with, what happened? I'm like, don't worry about it. You're fine. If you're wondering why I keep messing with this side over here, I chipped a tooth this morning. So my tongue is automatically like messing around with it for no reason. Oh, I usually do, but it's like 9 times out of 10, nothing's happening anyway. I said, don't worry about it. You're fine. But then for the rest of the time, they're just sitting there like watching me. like they don't trust me at this point. Oh, got a glitch there. That was weird. Let's see here. What's going on? Okay. Anyway, one thing I like to do, and excuse me, you want out? Is that what that is? get where she started talking to me like that for. She's never done this ever, but recently she starts growling at me now to get my attention. She's never growled at me in her life. She's bitten the shit out of me on a few occasions, but she's never growled at me. And she bit me when she had a flea problem, which took me a while to finally solve that problem, but she hasn't bitten me since. And usually what it was like she'd have a sensitive area, and if you touched it, she'd attack it. And if your hand happened to be there, oh well. So yeah, I got like a couple of scars right here just from her teeth. I had to go get shots for them. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, well, anyways, CJ may or may not still come on. He's actually talking to his missus. She lives in Japan, so they're still making arrangements for her coming over here and whatnot. So I'm not going to get into details because I don't really know them. So, but if he's on the phone with her, I'm going to let him have his conversation with her because they're married. They need to have their time together, even though it's on the phone. And as for Bots, I haven't heard from him yet. He might be still having problems with his tire. He said it's only a couple of minutes from his house. Oh, there he is right there. Paste. Okay. So he should be popping up any minute now. Hello. This is Bots, I believe.
Bots and
it just says Bots here, so
yeah.
So this is Bots and Blasters. He has a channel centered on Nerf guns and related material. I watched a few of your videos and never gotten to Nerf guns myself, so
I don't think believe it or not, you might actually still play it on old gaming channel.
Yeah. I can barely understand you. You're very jarbled up.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you perfectly now.
Okay, yeah, I'll too far away from the mic.
Okay.
Believe it or not, I introduced an old tabletop president.
Oh. You keep getting jarbled up about halfway through a sentence. You start out fine, but then halfway through the sentence,
yeah.
JP asks, does that mean you're under police watch and Nerf guns is the best that you can do?
All right, we'll see how that
looks. JP asks here, does that mean he's under police watch and Nerf guns is the best he can do?
No.
Well, I've been on for like 2.5 hours now, but I've been talking about random things. You could probably check it out later because I'm going to leave this video up. So, and I'll probably edit out all the trivial stuff later on. So, but yeah, we talked about Honor Among Thieves. Finally, I talk about it, and I just finished the first book on my trek through the Forgotten Realms books. And I mentioned to him that it was kind of a boring read.
The first one, it's the Moonshade trilogy, right?
Yeah, so I'm coming up to the second one, Crystal Shard, which everybody's telling me is a far superior book.
Yeah, it is. From what I remember, this.
Yeah. Let's see here. Did you already vote for what game I'm going to be replacing Dungeon Punks with?
I know I could hear it, right?
because I had Dragon Age Origins, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, and Fantasy set up here on my community. So anybody that hasn't voted yet, go look for it. It's in my community. It's probably the first thing up there.
There we go.
Yeah. JP disappeared for a minute.
It happens.
CJ might join us a little bit later. He may not. It's he got home late and then he turned around and got into a conversation with his wife who lives in Japan. So I said, well, your wife is important. When she finally comes over stateside, then you can ignore her.
I will put my vote for these February deliveries. And I put that out there. So it's public, you know.
I guess you were watching the live stream, then had to leave because yeah, it was. I think it was interfering having both of them on at the same time. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, because for some reason or another, about halfway through most of your sentences, it gets really jarbled, almost like you have your hand over your mouth.
What's this say? Everything should be good on my end.
Oh, I hear you fine now. So, but
maybe it just doesn't like when I scroll through YouTube or something.
That might be it. Another thing, when I was originally talking here before you showed up, I'm going to be dropping Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Okay.
And reasons for that is not many people are watching it, and well, it's not boring. It's just that me and CJ. Oh, the missus just walked in. Miley. She's been bouncing back and forth all evening. She wants to go out to eat, then she wants to come in. She just bulldozes the door open, even when it's latched.
Well, that's how you know they're third people.
And it just gives me that look of how dare you close this door on me. You know, she gives me the eyes of judgment.
Yeah, but I feel real bad. Like literally, we were on the way back home, and then I was like, "Are you serious?" So I had to pull away the wall.
Miley's actually lost her hearing within the last few months.
Oh, that's not good.
And the funny thing was when my dad moved in with me a couple years ago, and I was telling him, I think my cat actually thinks she's married to me, because I'll walk in the door and she starts in on me like, where have you been all this time? Do you know what time it is? Do you know what was going on in this house while you were at your supposed job? Because I actually had two cats originally. And the story behind that was I had this other cat. It was a tabby that she found in an alleyway. It was a little kitten that she found and brought it home. And one day
she
brought it home, and she can't have kittens. And it was just one day she just walked in the door. I lived at an apartment complex at one time, and she found it in the garages out in the alleyway. Came back and said, "Look what I found. Can I keep it?" So, yeah, I went like, "Oh God!" And then, of course, I jokingly said, "Well, you're feeding her. That's your job, not mine."
You got to figure it out. You got to figure it out yourself.
Yeah. But unfortunately, she passed away back in 2019. Causes unknown. It was just all of a sudden she just I came home and there she was laying on the floor right in front of me, and she was dying. So it's just been me and her for most of the time. And then about, I'd say 2020, my dad moved in, and that was when the whole,
Craziness was happening.
yeah. Which funny thing was, for introverts, it was just another Friday.
Right.
Yeah. And I think I saw a lot of jokes on that about introverts. It was like, this had no effect on the introverts whatsoever.
Yeah, I remember talking because I was employed during that time. I'm retired now. And,
Yeah.
one of the issues here, everyone's like, can't wait to go back to work, this and that, and whatever. And I'm like, not me. I said I can work on my book. I can get a lot of content creating done. You guys just gave me the blessing of free time.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so with my cat, it's like, when she was able to hear, I would come in the door, she'd chew my ass out. And first time my dad saw it, he was like, his jaw hit the floor. It was like he was shocked. He says, "I've never seen a cat do that." He goes, "Dogs, yes. A cat, no." He said, "Most cats I know of could give a shit if you're there, as long as you're there to feed them."
Yeah, basically.
But yeah, with her, it was like she actually treated this like this was a serious relationship between the two of us, and I had to take it seriously, otherwise she ain't having it.
And
And she would give me an earful. So
I would say rightfully so. But,
yeah. So when I started this channel, initially I meant it as kind of a joke that she was my co-host, but then I realized she's in here almost every time I'm doing a recording. So I said, "Yeah, she's my co-host."
that's a good angle you can hit on. Just have her like be in videos more frequently, and because people love cats. Well, people love animals in general, but
Oh yeah. So when I'm adding to my, you've already seen them a couple of times on my Friday Night Randomness, which it was pointed out to me. If I'm planning what's in the videos, it's not that random. But I said, yeah, but the
which
things
you
I
can
put
say
on it
is
is just I'm randomly thinking it up.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like you can basically say this is what I have planned, but it's not that probably not gonna get down that way.
It's like,
That's what makes
but
it random.
and it gives me a little leeway in the fact that I don't just have to play role playing games. I can play other games on it too. So, or I
Oh
could
yeah,
do a book report or talk about a movie or just chat for a little bit for no reason.
or whatever you want.
Yeah, pretty much do whatever I want for like a couple hours on a video. So, but it's like I basically just put it down to it's just a bunch of short videos that really don't fit in with the rest of the channel. Anyway, I showed these earlier, and I want your opinion. So I went to a couple of yard sales. Well, at one yard sale, which was down the street from me, this woman, her son had passed away. He was in his late 20s, early 30s, and he died. And I'm going to probably get flack for mentioning this, but he had a cardiac arrest because of he was oversized. He was like 300 pounds. And they definitely said it was the weight caused it.
Yeah, it was
So,
just too much of a
but what ended up happening was a lot of his stuff. He had a lot of role playing games in their house, and he was your typical nerd in the basement, and they actually had a basement. So, and I've been down there, so I helped around their house a couple of times. I met him, and I didn't, he never got me into any of his groups or anything like that. He didn't really like me that much. So, but I got like this game here, which is a war game, but a role playing game at the same time.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Like combat adventure.
Yeah, but I was thumbing through it earlier today, and I'm just sitting there going like, this is probably the weirdest combination I've ever seen because it plays out like a role playing game, but it's more into the combat, uh,
Mhm.
of the military and all that stuff. And then so I go, oh, that was cool, but I paid a couple bucks for it. Apparently, there was a lot of D&D and AD&D stuff that he had. I'm talking about the old stuff, you know, I think he had like a lot of first edition and second edition stuff. And I was hoping to get that when I found out about the yard sale. And I went over there and they were gone already. And so I got these two things. That was all that was left. First edition, top secret.
Nice.
Yeah. But you could tell this. I was telling JP about it because he's been basically the only person I've been talking to all this time, like usual. And you could tell this game has been used because the pages are falling out. There's like a couple of notes written in it. Apparently, he had a girlfriend, which I didn't know about because she wrote in here, "I love you" to him. Don't think I'm
Well,
going to
that's
erase that because I might, cause a curse on myself if I do. But yeah, I got a hold of that. So I had to get the top secret one once I saw that. I'm going like, that's TSR stuff. And talked a little bit about the cookbooks right here. I'm thinking once I get my stove up in order, I might actually do videos on me cooking stuff. I love cooking. It's one of my favorite things to do other than play games. So I might do some of the dishes that are in Heroes Feast and Flavors of the Multiverse. I'm told there's other cookbooks like what is it? Trying to think of that group. Critical Role. They have a cookbook out.
Yeah, Crystal Wall has one out. There's also another one. It's called Heroes Feast, which is like the new, like I guess, fifth edition flavored stuff. But I mean, if you just use it as a cookbook, it's fine.
Well, Heroes Feast is the first one, and I got that one.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I originally got I actually bought two copies. The first copy I bought was a couple years ago, and that was a gift for my daughter because she likes cooking. She wanted to be a sous chef at one time, but that kind of fell through with the whole sous chef thing. But she still loves cooking, so. And she said she's tried a few of those on, where she lives. She's tried a few of those and shared them with her friends, and they loved it. So. In fact, this right here, that is your healing potion that I'm drinking right now. I got a jar of it in the other room. I'm drinking it out of the bottle.
Nice.
That she got for me. She told me how to make it, and I said okay. And I didn't have the book yet, so I just got those.
So you're literally like moving yourself.
Oh, the screen? Yeah, it's because it's on a wobbly round table. So every time I bump the table, here, I'll show you. Every time I bump it, everything starts wobbling. So everyone thinks I'm having an earthquake. If you watch some of my videos, you'll kind of notice, especially my newer ones. You'll see periodically that the screen will wave or something a little bit.
I've noticed that, but I feel always like, well, people film with whatever they have.
Well, I'm using a laptop, and of course, laptops their screens are a little flimsy. So
yeah.
But when I'm not gaming, I use a monitor that's up here, just behind it, and I have it on a stack of fourth edition D&D books I don't use.
Well, what else are you
so I found use for them. So yeah, I got another monitor up there. So when I'm not using this, the laptop's monitor, I'm using that one, and that it's a bigger screen. And I usually watch YouTube and play games that I'm not recording on it. So when I'm recording, I use the laptops exclusively. When I'm recording, I mean, when I use the laptop exclusively. When I'm not, I use the bigger screen. So when it's recording me, and it's recording the game at the same time. And when it's recording me, it'll do that. So, because
I,
if I stomp the ground, it causes it to wiggle. If I bump the table, it causes it to wiggle. So it's like it's a mixed bag on how careful I am.
Practically, I mean, like the important thing is that you're making the content you want to make with what you have to work with.
Yeah. Well,
What I enjoy about your content myself, I mean, what I can catch, I do work still. Is the fact that you're just very passionate about it, even though you kind of do your own thing, and that's what I respect.
hmm. Well, I do my best not to watch other people's videos, so I don't try to copy. Um, the videos I was going before you showed up. I was actually going to talk about the kind of videos I watch regularly.
Okay.
Um, a lot of them I like to watch reaction videos to movies that I like because I like it to see other people's opinions about movies. Um, I'm not going to name any names because I don't want to name drop people I don't know.
Fair enough.
So I watch a lot of those. I will say I watch Markiplier and Jacksepticeye on occasion. Um, I I'm off and on with Critical Role, and I will say
I
off and on is because I watch a few episodes, I get bored, then I'll
yeah,
come back to
I
it.
have a love hate for
Yeah.
the
And the main reason I get bored is because I'm one of those people I prefer playing it than watching it.
exactly, exactly. I
I
totally
mean,
agree.
granted, they're funny as hell. I love watching them. They're funny as hell. But the thing is I'm still in the early episodes because I'm
Mhm.
watching them in chronological order, and I'm still in the first campaign. I'm like up to the 50th episode, and it's taken me 2 years because it takes me. I get bored after a while, and I'm going to say this: the first 20 something episodes are a chore, and mainly because you could see some animosity between one or two of the players at that time, which one player was eventually let go, and then things started picking up. But in the early on, you kind of got one of the players had what I call the main character complex,
Mhm.
which I accused the movie, the 2000 movie Dungeons and Dragons, of having that problem. It has a main character.
That's the one with what the beef guy. I can't think of his
Yeah, the guy with the
understand.
blue lips. Yeah.
Yes, him.
But yeah, that was the main problem with the early D&D movies is the fact that they have a main character.
Yeah, I agree.
And I was talking about the new movie early, just a little while ago. I finally decided to talk about it. Sitting right
So
here.
what did you think about it? I know you already talked about it. I can go back and
Well,
watch.
well, I can go back to it. That's not a problem. I could talk about it a little bit. I was basically saying that everybody had a part, everybody had a character, and everybody did something.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And it wasn't just like with the first one, it was like, and that was the one that it was like it happened twice because they had two sections where you could have had really good role playing segments to kind of hint at Dungeons and Dragons, and they flubbed it.
Yeah,
Um, and the first one was okay, you're going to go through the maze. I'm going like, oh, cool, we're going to have the party go into the maze. One guy goes in, and it wasn't even really a
no,
maze. It was like four consecutive rooms.
yeah,
And then they go into the cave to go get the Rod of Zavriel, I think it was called. And as they go
yeah.
in,
The one that
everybody
controls
gets
them.
knocked back except the one guy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And can anybody tell me? I didn't bring this up the last time. Can anybody tell me what the dwarf did other than start a bar brawl?
That was it. You know, honestly.
Yeah, that was it. He just did the bar brawl, and that was it.
He did the bar roll and he like made the sweep to that like main Justicar guy in the very beginning, and that was it.
Yeah, yeah, that was it. Other than that, he was like, he might as well have not even been there.
Yeah,
Oh, and
it's
he
kind
gets
of
thanked by the queen at the end, and I'm just sitting there going, for what?
yeah,
Yeah, he was the only one that's addressed by the queen at the end. If you notice that, he's the only
yeah.
one, And he goes, she puts her hand on his shoulder and goes, "Thank you," and he nods to her. I'm going like, "What did he do? You should be thanking the guy that did all the work." But
Uh,
even
there was,
that, it was like,
uh-huh.
the only character I actually got along with, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate mail for it, I know it. I like snails.
Oh yeah, Snails was a great character.
And for some reason, everybody had a big beef with that character, and I'm going like, if you've ever played a Dungeons and Dragons game, you're at least gonna have one player playing that character.
Yep.
It could be any race, any class, he's gonna be playing that character just like that.
Yep. There didn't even have to be a rogue to make it really funny that character.
Yeah, it could be the bard, it could be the fighter, it could be the barbarian, it could be a wizard. It don't matter. There's going to be one player playing that character at least. Someone mentioned to me one time that I think it was my cousin told me. He said he had an entire group that just played snails, and I went like, that would be insane, fun but insane.
That reminds me of my girlfriend she told me her first like D&D experience was with a group of munchkins like that, and she thought she hated D&D for the longest time because of that.
Mhm. Well, everybody thinks, and I agree. Everybody thinks they're going to be playing Lord of the Rings when actually they're going to be playing Monty Python. So,
Yeah, it's true. I can say in all honesty, I only ran one serious campaign of Dungeons and Dragons, and I say serious with air quotes.
mhm. And it's every time it's like you start off serious, like the first few couple of sessions. The first couple of sessions, they'll play it straight, but then someone will get an itch by the third.
Basically. Well,
And
I think what worked good for me is it was a Planescape game that I had, but I didn't tell them it was a Planescape game until stuff happened and they found a port key and then they're like, oh crap, we just ended up in Sigil. I was like, yep.
I think I did a port thing one time doing Planescape. And this was the fourth edition, so I was really even though they had the Planescape stuff set up, they never called it Planescape.
Yeah.
But it's obvious it was Planescape.
The
But
manual of the planes.
yeah, it was like I think it was like so I went through the whole thing, and all of a sudden the whole situation turned into Time Bandits. And I don't even know how it got there. It was just all of a sudden I realized we're playing Time Bandits.
It's crazy.
So I just went with it. Because I'm going like, well, they're having fun, so who am I to complain? Well, you're the DM. You're supposed to tell them what to do. I'm going like, no, a DM never tells the players what to do.
No, it's true. A good DM never tells the players what to do and what they can't do. But I would also caveat that by saying a good DM also has the right to communicate with their party and be like, hey, I know you guys are having fun, but I'm kind of like I'm not in it. Like,
we need to wrangle it down a little bit.
Yeah, basically.
Which I only had to do one time.
Mm-hmm.
The entire time I've ever played D&D, I've only had to do that once. And that was because I had a player that liked to shrink everything. So all my big battles turned into stomping matches. And I'm going like, by the time they get to the big bad guy, all they're going to do is just shrink the character and step on him, and that's the end of the campaign. So I had to figure out what to do. So I made it to where I think I cursed the player by saying every time he uses that spell, it might backfire.
To give it kind of like a wild magic play.
Yeah, I did that, and it was like, but I had to come up with a way of why it would do that. And I forgot what exactly I did, but it ended up it was like a cursed item that he didn't know he had, and that was what was causing the misfires. So whenever he rolled to cast that spell, I'd be behind rolling the 20 behind him. So I figured out a way around it, but it was like I'm trying to remember. I think he was playing no, it was a she. She was playing a pixie, and that was
Oh yeah,
and they had that as a natural spell. And I'm just sitting there going like, that's why I didn't like 4E because it had spells like that automatically to some characters.
yeah, or that they could do it for free every round
Yeah.
as a bonus action. Yeah.
So it's like 1 minute you're fighting a whole bunch of orcs, the next thing you know, you're fighting a bunch of toy soldiers.
Well, I mean, there's an easy way you could have done it. Was this like third edition, 3.5, second
Yeah.
edition?
Well, unfortunately, when I got started DMing, it was fourth edition because that was all I could
Okay.
find.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
did have
say.
third edition stuff,
Mhm.
like the core books, but I didn't have anybody around to show me what to do.
Okay.
So by the time fourth edition came around, my friend had already upgraded to fourth edition at that point, and he showed me how to do fourth edition. So I just stuck with fourth edition, which now that I look back on it, playing different editions now, it was a nightmare.
Oh yeah, fourth edition was terrible, and I ran a full complete fourth edition campaign. Uh, that was set in. Ironically, it was the Dark Sun campaign, but it
Oh,
was before they released the Dark Sun supplements.
right. I still have one of those somewhere. It was just the monster manual. I couldn't find the core book for that. So, but
Yeah, I ended up keeping those books, if I'm being honest, just for the art, because if I
oh,
ever
the
want to
art
play
was
an Atlas
great.
again, yeah. And if I ever want to play an Atlas again, it's like you guys see a giant skank in front of you, and it's like, what's that? One of the book. There you go. It's what it looks like.
Uh,
It's a beetle.
Skank, the guy that the crow threw out the window.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
but no. So when I went to fifth edition, it was both a blessing and a curse. Um, and I'm going to point to the artwork immediately because the artwork I would have to say is probably the most grotesque stuff I've ever seen. And I'm
a
mainly
lot of
looking
it
at
is for
hobbits,
that.
or not hobbits, but halflings and gnomes. What the hell did they do to them? They're all bobbleheads,
Yeah, I would have to agree with you.
and not even nice looking bobbleheads. They're like one halfling is a kind of picture. I think someone even made fun of it on a TikTok or something like that. Oh, and the whole group's doing that, looking at the picture.
That's crazy.
And then, of course, you look at the gnomes, and their heads are huge.
Yeah, I've
And
always wondered why they decided to go that route. I mean,
yeah, as I
artistic expression.
no, because every time I always thought of halflings, and they're pretty much described as child size.
Yeah,
And then gnomes are basically like small. I'm going to say this, and I'm probably going to get ribbed for it. They're smaller versions of dwarves.
basically, that's
In
how I've
appearance.
always seen it.
But not everybody does it like that. They're more like an in between a halfling and a gnome, or a dwarf. Let me correct myself
Yeah,
there.
and I've always said, and I never stop players from playing whatever they want to play, of course. But
Mhm.
I've always said, why would you choose a gnome over a halfling unless you specifically want the racial ability that they have? Because
Well, you want
my
to play a
perspective,
halfling that has, or you want to play a halfling that has magical abilities automatically.
basically,
Uh, so anyway, um, I was mentioning also that I had you may have already noticed that I've shortened my list considerably on my gameplay,
yeah,
and
I've noticed that.
the reason is because my computer my laptop can't handle it. So I'm looking into getting a better computer. As soon as I get
Great.
my tax returns, I'm going to start looking in earnest. But right now, yeah, apparently the memory on my computer is starting to finally go down. This is like a 3-year-old computer, 3-year-old
Mhm.
laptop, which I've never had a laptop last that long. Most
Yeah, I was gonna
laptops I've
say
had, they
that's
barely
almost
last a year.
legendary.
I'm
Yeah,
lucky
it's
if they,
almost legendary for a laptop.
yeah, because I've had a lot of the laptops I had, a lot of my early ones, that I was lucky if they lasted a year.
Wow.
And I had, fortunately the warranty was still in, so I just get a replacement or get a new hard drive.
Hmm.
But and I've actually replaced the hard drive on this one twice.
Wow, and it's still been kicking.
And well, usually what goes wrong with the computer is the monitor. That's the first thing that goes usually, if not the hard drive. And what usually happens with the monitor is the screen goes out.
Yeah.
So I've been using, like I said, I've been using this monitor more than I have been using and I think that's what's been giving it its longevity, is the fact that I've
Hmm.
not been using the
Don't
laptop's main
monitor.
monitor
Yeah,
except when I'm gaming. And the rest of the time, I've been using everything else on the bigger screen.
that makes sense.
Uh, so what was I going to get at? Anyway, so I was talking about the smaller list. I wrote it down and I put yeah, there we go. And JP is probably going like, oh, he's telling everything all over again.
Hey,
JP, the guy though over here on the chat. So he's been chatting with me for the last for the first hour and a half of everything. So this is all stuff he's already heard. So I'm pretty sure he's probably shut me out at this point. So it's going with the Bard's Tale,
Okay.
and that's always going to be first on the list. Then I go to Wizardry, and I'm playing Team B, which is the evil party. Then I play Dungeon Punks, which I think I mentioned within the next. It looks like it's going to be Dragon Age. It's going to be its replacement here in either a couple months or a few weeks. Then it goes to Legend of Grimrock. Basically, what's been going on so far with the last few videos. Then we got Pathfinder Kingmaker. I'm continuing with Pool of Radiance, and I even mentioned it, JP, that I'm going to be playing Pool of Radiance until I have to replace the computer. Whether or not I have to replace the party all over again, because the last time I had to change the hard drive, I had to change the party again. So I may have to change the party again. I may not, but I'm going to try to go as far as I can until I get a new computer or this thing goes kaput. So.
Well, you can. Are you playing? Which version of the game are you playing?
Steam.
Is it Steam or is it GOG?
Steam.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's saying it should be able to save it on cloud, but for some reason it's not.
That's weird.
I don't know why it's not saving it on cloud. I might be dropping Diablo soon.
That's cool.
Because I don't know if you guys have noticed, if you've noticed or not, but I've been getting kind of bored playing it.
Yeah, it's definitely a game, especially Diablo 1, I'll be honest. It's a game that's definitely dated. I won't lie. It is.
And the main,
but
I think
when you had told me that you hadn't played it, I was like, you need to at least play it once so you understand what all the hype was about.
And I don't see it. And
that's perfectly fine.
But yeah, I'm going to be dropping Diablo, and the main reason is because it's a boring game to me, and it's not really what I expect in a role-playing game.
Yeah, it's very much ROLL in regards to like rolling dice and
yeah, it's rudimentary at best.
Yeah.
And the main problem I have with it is it's not a party, it's one character. So, when I play a role-playing game, I expect a group of characters, not, just one person doing everything and 5 villagers. That was my main problem. Is you go into the town, there's exactly 5 villagers, and it's going to be the same exact 5 villagers, and they're just going to say the same exact thing almost every time. So I just went. I might play it a couple more videos, but hopefully it'll pick up or something. But I'm not seeing that happening, and I'm probably going to put a vote up on what game to replace that with here. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be the runner-up on what I got voting on right now. So it's probably going to be Fantasy.
That's cool. I had 2 questions for you. One, have you played Dragon Age Origins before?
Yes, I have. I have.
And 2, I was gonna ask if your rig could handle running it. I know it's an older game, but I don't know
It
exactly what it's
has.
like
I
now.
actually did a play test of it because since I played it before, it wasn't going to be any surprises for me.
Okay,
So,
okay.
so I did a test run of it. It played fine. I might have to turn
Resolution down or something.
the brightness up a little bit because it's very dark.
Okay.
So I might have to turn the brightness up. Other than that, it ran fine. So after Diablo, or might be well, it looks like it's going to be fantasy because I was planning on using whatever the runner-up was that was next. So that's going to replace Diablo. Um, Let me explain a little thing about fantasy. It is actually what got SSI to get Dungeons and Dragons.
Nice. Okay.
So I want to, so I'm going to play that trilogy to see, where that thought process came from. Then I'm going to play Wizardry again as the good guys. Then I'm going to go back to Shadowrun. A little explanation on Shadowrun. I may have explained it in the videos, but it's been so long I forgot. I'm going to be playing all the Shadowrun games. So
cool,
right
cool.
after this Shadowrun, I'll be playing the Genesis game, which is a completely different game.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to be playing that trilogy that came out on Steam a few years ago.
Okay. So yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun. I think it's Hong Kong and
Yeah.
Shadowrun.
Something Dragon.
Yeah.
So I'll be getting to that. Okay, then I'll be Grotesque Tactics. Well, I forgot to put it down, but somewhere between uh, Wizardry Team A and Shadowrun, maybe after Shadowrun, there's going to be Order of the Griffin.
Ooh, cool.
So that's in there too.
That's like probably good.
And then I'm also going to switch over to from that game. I'm going to switch over to the Genesis D&D game. I can't remember the name of it right now. So after Order of the Griffin or something, Warriors of the Sunless World or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's something like that. I can't remember it, but it'll be that game, and then there'll be Grotesque Tactics after the two. The reason I put Shadowrun and the other game together is because they're both on an emulator.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's right.
So of course the emulator's like right there, so I might as well just have them together instead of spacing them out. So, and then it'll be Grotesque Tactics, and I'm playing all three games. Which, yeah, there's 3 games. I thought it was just 2, but there's a third game. It's called Holy Avatar something or other. So yeah, you got a game. Dungeon Hack. I'm actually going to be resorting to putting that on. JP just asked about Dungeon Hack. Dungeon Hack is going to be up, but it's going to be at random when I put it up. I want to do, I want to get out of the cycle for a little bit. I'll throw in a Dungeon Hack periodically. And more than often than not, it's probably going to, a lot of it will probably be on Friday Night Randomness videos.
It's not bad, man.
So, and of course, I'll end the cycle with Temple of Elemental Evil before starting with Bard's Tale all over again.
Is that the original Temple of Elemental Evil or the one that came out on the Atari?
I believe it's 2003.
Okay, so it's the Atari one, yeah.
Yeah. I've been trying to find an emulator for the Intellivision, and I can't seem to find one. And because I want to play the original Dungeons and Dragons video games. Misty Cloud Mountain, I think, is the first one. The other one's Dungeons of something or other. But there's 2 games, and I've been wanting to play them for as long as I can remember, and I can't find an emulator for them.
Okay, I will send you what I have later. I have a bunch of stuff in regards to that.
Okay. I know I'm not going to get very far in them, but
it's not going to get far. It's about reliving the experiences.
Yeah. So, yeah. if I can ever get those will probably be thrown on a Friday night randomness too. So since they're short games. You want out again?
What was the name of the games you're looking for the competition?
Hold on just a second.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
Here, let me look them up real quick.
Is it Cloudy Mountain?
Cloudy Mountain or Cloud Mountain, something like that, and the other one was Dungeon of something or other. But there's two of them, and they're both for the Intellivision, and those are technically the first Dungeons and Dragons games ever released before Pool of Radiance.
Interesting.
Okay.
Let me see what I can dig up for you.
Yeah.
My
Well,
Googling skills are at a +3. So.
well, no rush. Just email me or something at some point.
Yeah.
Also, like I said, I was dropping a DDO, Dungeons and Dragons Online, because if you've looked at the videos, hardly anybody's watching them.
I think if you really want to get like engagement with that, you just have to like live stream them.
Yeah.
But I also understand you can't do that at the moment, given your current setup. That's totally understandable.
Which my setup is currently, I'm working on getting a better setup. But right now it's just me and CJ, my cousin. He was supposed to be on here tonight, like I said, but because of situations involving relationships with him, I'm not expecting him tonight. So, but since I'm going to be replaying the Dark Alliance games, and they are 2-player, he can't get them to work on his machine. But if you're willing to join me on them at some point.
Are they the ones that are on Steam?
Yeah.
I haven't purchased them yet, but if you give me a little bit of time, I can definitely.
Well, there's no rush. There's no rush, but it wouldn't be Sunday we would play them. We'd probably play them on a different night because I want to put CJ on Sundays exclusively. That's the only time he's available usually.
No worries. Yeah, that's understandable.
So, if we want to do that, that's fine. Dark Alliance games. There's 2 of them, of course. Someone pointed out to me, and I don't know where I heard this from, that if you play a certain level on the first Dark Alliance, you get Drizzt as a playable character.
Yeah, that is correct. Let me. I used to know the unlock code for that.
But you can only play him at like the hardest level.
Yeah, but you also can't change his equipment at all. He kind of sucks to play.
Yeah, he only has his 2.
What is it?
His 2 scimitars, I think they're.
Was it the bedwetter and the?
Did you say the bedwetter?
Yeah, the bed. Sorry, I'm not a fan of Drizzt. I'm not a fan of Drizzt.
Oh. I'm not so much either, because I really don't know anything about him. I mean, I'm getting ready to meet him for the first time in the next book. So, because I know his first appearance is in the second book in the release order of Forgotten Realms books.
Yeah, that is correct.
And I believe that's him on the cover, but I always imagine him more of a bluish color. I don't know why they decided to go with a black guy with white hair.
I couldn't answer that.
It was I guess it was artist interpretation. I guess I don't know.
Well, there was also a what's it called? I don't know if you've been into like the LARPing scene at all, but there was this big controversy that happened like a couple of years back as far as people that LARP and they would dress up with the appropriate makeup for that and the whole.
Oh yeah, people were getting offended for people that they're not.
Yeah, basically. And as a result of that, they slowly started shifting Drow from being their traditional old school color to a purplish color now.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like, whatever. I don't care. If I say Drow, as long as you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I think I know what you're talking about. It was a TV show or something like that, and
Yeah.
they were all playing Dungeons and Dragons, and one person was like really into it, so started LARPing.
Yeah.
I think I saw that one, and everybody was like, even the characters, even the actor or the characters in the show were like, so
Yeah,
you
they go
know it
big
was a
deal out of
joke.
it.
It wasn't meant to be offensive.
Well, not just that. It's like I have told people generally is it's a fictional race. Can you not divorce yourself from that
It's like the people
attachment to
that say
reality?
that orcs are based off of African Americans or something like that.
Yeah,
And I'm still trying to figure that one out.
I don't know, man. That's a whole different area of discussion.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
I'm
I know
not, and
exactly what you're talking about.
I try to avoid politics as best as I can, but there's just times where it's like it's unavoidable.
Yeah. Well, in this case, we're not talking about politics. We're talking about an event that happened. So
Yeah,
we're just, I guess, reminiscing on that.
yeah. Oh God, what was it? I'm trying to think of a situation I just ran into the other day. Um, oh yeah, there's a video I saw. Uh, I don't know if you ever seen them, but there's like these ones where people tell like stories about their experiences playing tabletop,
Yeah.
and it's just usually like a little cartoon, cartoon or something like that going along with the story, or it's just the post put on a video. So
Yeah. There's a couple of people I watch like that. There's Sir Knox, the Teller of Tales.
mhm.
And there's Crit Crat. Those are the two main ones I
Yeah.
watch in regards to stuff like that.
The one well, I don't remember who did it, but I just remember the title of it was the person was or I don't exactly remember the full title, but it had something to do with the player got upset at the fact that I think it was the DM or something like that got upset with the players or the other players for killing monsters, and killing monsters is racist.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I just kind of sat there going, "What?" Yeah, the dragon that's eating, the burning villages and eating people by the handfuls. Yeah, and has no cares in the world about the human race whatsoever. And we killing it is racist.
It sounds to me like I was just a DM that he was trying to have like an edgy story by being like, "Ha, the plot hook is that you're really the real monsters," type of thing.
Right. And I hate
Protecting
it when
this.
people do that. I think one of the worst games I actually played. I don't really talk about the games I've played because, I
Yeah,
don't really, where I usually talk about when I DM, but when I play my characters, I don't really remember my characters half the time. I think I remember my first character and I remember the last character I played, but anything in between I kind of forget. But there are situations I remember, and I remember I played a full campaign one time. Well, actually, I didn't play the full campaign. I came in like at the last quarter of it, because they go, "Hey, we need another player in our group because one person quit." And I went like, "Okay," and it turned out it was like I, I had to make a level 25 character because this was fourth edition.
okay.
So I had to make a level 25 character. That took a couple days. So I make this character. I think it was a Warforged because he wanted, even though it wasn't Eberron, he wanted a Warforged. He had Warforges in his as a race in his world. So I go, hey,
Makes
I'll
sense.
play a Warforged. And then it turns out at the end, we get to the end of the game, and they go into the final room, and I don't know how people pronounce it. I've seen it pronounced as EO, and I've heard it pronounced as IO, but he
Yeah,
was pronouncing it as IO. And we're going to meet Io, who's in this other side of this door. and it's at the center of the world. Literally, he's like this. So we're thinking like there's this great, what is it, platinum dragon that's the center of the earth, and we're thinking that's what we're going to meet. Right? We go in there. It's a computer tower, and on the screen on one part it says I/O, and I went like, "You've got to be kidding me."
You know where that's from originally, right? That's from Ultimate 2.
From what?
Ultimate 2.
Probably, but yeah, that was IO, and all we did was we pushed. Someone took up the courage and pushed the button, and next thing you know, we're waking up in a virtual reality clubhouse, and that was the end of the game. And we were all looking at him like, and excuse my language, we all went, "Fuck you." We had saved all those lives, and it meant nothing. I gotta close the door real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's like we were going out of our minds saving NPCs left and right, and then you turn around and say, "Oh yeah, none of them were real. It was all a game."
I've kind of seen that done in the opposite direction, which is there's a old campaign setting for 3.5 D&D called Dungeon Crawl Classics, and the whole thing there is it's set in the future. But it's kind of like like a Hunger Games type of setting. But the gimmick of it is essentially like people who want money or renown or fame or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, they get put into these digital simulations. So, for example, it's like, okay, contestants, you guys are taking on the Ravenloft setting. Ooh. And it's like, okay, first one to get out, Strahd's castle before getting killed or whatever, wins or whatever.
Oh, it sounds like something I was going to do with the Clue game here. I don't know if you could see it or not, but I got like I think it's like the 4E version of the Dungeons and Dragons Clue game.
Nice.
And I was at one time I was never got around to it because that's when COVID happened. But at one of the sessions we were going to play Clue instead of regular D&D. And we were going, instead of the playing pieces they had in that, we we're going to use our characters instead and try to solve the mystery. Good night, JP. Sorry, we stopped talking to you after a while. It's past 11 o'clock where he lives, so he had to go to bed. But thank you for joining us, JP. Thank you for keeping me company for the first half of the stream. I keep wanting to say show, and I'm like, this isn't really a show. It's just mainly just conversation at this point. But here, I got to unbury it. But you probably didn't hear it yet, but at one point I had a complaint, only one single complaint about the D&D Honor Amongst Thieves. One single
what was that?
Why was this the only dragon they encountered? Dragons, plural. You had a stone dragon, which, someone materialized, but I don't really count that. And it was still cool to see Thundershark show up, but yeah, I agree with you. And then they had the one black dragon. You blink, you miss him.
Yeah, but that doesn't count because he was in a flashback of somebody else's memory.
Yeah, well, it made sense there, but it was like that was the only the only few dragons you saw. And granted, it was a red dragon, which are supposedly supposed to be the most badass of the evil dragons, but oh god, I didn't realize how much dust is on this thing. If I start sneezing, I apologize. I'll be sneezing for at least a half hour. Yeah, this one right here. Of course, I get a reflection right on it. So yeah, nice. I got this one, and the characters in it are the ones that appear in Baldur's Gate.
Okay, cool.
So you got the one guy that's got his little miniature space hamster, Boo.
I remember Boo.
But yeah, if you remember, I also did a little video a while back where it was like I was reading the manual and I caught that in the disclaimer about talking about. They didn't say it by name, but you knew he was talking about Boo. Please don't put your miniature space hamsters into combat in the real world because they won't survive.
He won't survive.
It's like I can't believe we have to tell you people this. But yeah, oh boy, now I got to put everything back together.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. I wanted to show that, but yeah, I got that. Most of the stuff I got. The first starter set for 5e, before they start really releasing stuff, I got that. The essential kit, which came out a few years ago. Then of course you got the core books: the Dungeon Master's Guide, the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, Guild Master's Guide to Ravnica, which I had no idea what that even was, and someone told me it has something to do with Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, they essentially took one of their Magic the Gathering settings and turned it into a D&D setting, which I was like, that's fine. The only issue I have is that Magic throws away settings so quickly.
But I'm also sitting there going like, I've seen people play. I've never played it myself. I think someone tried to get me to learn to play it, and I couldn't get it. And that was Magic the Gathering.
Yes. I mean, okay, I played it for about 6-8 years. It's not worth playing in my perspective, because all it does is suck you dry for money.
Well, my best friend who got me into to play Dungeons and Dragons for the first. Well, he didn't get me to play. I talked him into letting me play, but because he thought I wouldn't be interested in Dungeons and Dragons. And I go, dude, all I ever talk about is Conan the Barbarian, Dragonlance, and you think I wouldn't be interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons? So he apologized, and I'm like, I mean, he's known me since like what? We were freshmen in high school. He's known me, and here we are. We're 22 years old, and he goes, "Oh, I'm going to be playing some D&D with my friends. I won't be able to make it." I go, "Hey, can I come?" He goes, "Oh, you wouldn't be interested. It's Dungeons and Dragons." I'm going like, "Look who you were talking to." I've even flat out told you several occasions, I would love to join in on a game of Dungeons and Dragons. I've always wanted to play. And if you remember the old commercial, that's what got me wanting to start playing Dungeons and Dragons. And that was what, 1983?
I think
year
so,
before
yeah.
the cartoon came out. So yeah, I was interested in playing Dungeons and Dragons. He's just I have to admit, my best friend is an idiot. Sometimes he doesn't know where his own head is.
I mean, I can kind of relate to that. I had a situation like that happen recently.
I forgot about this.
I kept trying to organize a game night for the group of friends that I had at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, what about Saturday? Saturday works. Saturday doesn't work for me. Okay, well, what about Sunday? Sunday doesn't work for me. Okay, what about Tuesday? Tuesday doesn't work for me. And I was like, well, shit, like, what's going on Friday? And then he's like, well, Friday I'm running my own D&D game. I'm like, okay. And then my other friend's like, well, Thursday I'm running my own D&D game too. And it's like, really? So you guys are running games? You don't even give me the decency of an invite?
I've had that happen. Same person. Several years later, I've had the mantle of a DM for a while. And I said, I really love to just play a character for a little while, but no one's running any games right now. All of a sudden, I surprised my best friend, just showed up one day. No, didn't announce my arrival or anything, just showed up. And he goes, oh, dude, you can't be here tonight. I go, why? What's up? He goes, we're having a D&D game tonight. And I said, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? He goes, "Yeah, I've been running a game for a couple of weeks now." And I go, "Dude, I told you I've been wanting to play a character for a while. Why didn't you just say anything to me?" He goes, "I thought you were having fun playing a DM." I go, "Dude, I've told you I've been having fun playing as a DM, but I said I miss playing a character." I forgot to mention these. These are miniatures from the Indiana Jones game from TSR.
Oh, cool! I remember
So here, where is he? Oh, there he is. There's our Indy. I gotta find the camera. There's Indy. And let me tell you, I've never handled the old style miniatures before. For their size, and these guys are small, these are heavy.
that. Yeah, there's something like, not to sound weird, but there's something like almost magical about handling them because they're made differently. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. But yeah, I do have metal miniatures, but I've never held miniatures that weighed like that. It almost feels like a completely different element.
Well, it's because originally back then they used to be made out of pewter, which is a denser but more malleable metal. Because I remember some of my earliest memories were my dad's campaign setting would end, so he's like, "Okay, we got to melt down the minis because we need to cast our new characters, whatever." So they would melt down the old miniatures and forge new ones, and I was like, "This is like, yeah." And I remember thinking, "This is some like friggin' like blacksmith levels of like D&D here."
I never had friends like that before. My cousin CJ, his dad
Mhm.
played
No, go ahead, go ahead.
his dad he played Dungeons and Dragons back when it first was around. I'm talking about the 70s.
Nice.
So and this is before the whole uh Satan's trying to get you in a board game, you helpless college kids.
The whole satanic panic debacle.
Hmm. Which I was going to make a video on that whole thing, but there's like I realized there's so many videos on the subject. They could do it 10 times better than me.
Yeah,
So,
but you have to understand as a content creator, people can go anywhere for the knowledge,
mhm.
but your fan base is gonna watch what you put
Uh,
out because they like your attitude, they
so
like
but
your
yeah,
perspective.
so what I'm thinking of doing is actually doing my personal experiences with it because
Yep.
I have some stories on that. But I'm basically right now I'm like in the script stages still because I keep coming like, oh, I should mention that part. Oh, I should mention this part. Did I remember that other part? So it's like I think I've gone through like 5 scripts now. And I the original script I would say it would have been a 5-hour video. And I don't want to spend 5 hours on this. So I shortened it down, and I think the shortest I got it was 45 minutes. And I said, now that's too short.
What you should do is you should keep it 5 hours, but you should break it up into segments so this way you can get multiple videos out of the series. And maybe
Which
get a
is
series of videos instead of
which
just
is
one.
what I'm thinking of doing. What I'm going to do instead of, just
Awesome.
doing one big video on it, I'm going to do it in sections, like a story time kind of thing. And I'm
Yeah,
probably going to
that
put it in my Friday night randomness thing, like I've been doing everything else. I mean, Miley's even gotten her
awesome.
own little section now called Intermissions, brought to you by Miley the cat. And that started completely by accident. I think the first video of it, which is the first when I did the reboot for the Friday Night Randomness,
Mhm.
you'll notice. I don't know if you can hear me or not because all I did was I turned the volume down on my own voice and I turned the music up. But you can still hear me sound like, did you just open the door yourself? Because that was the first time she ever did that. She just knocked the door open and started walking in. I'm like, what the hell? So, and then I picked her up and for a little bit, she let me pet her for a little bit. And then she started walking around for a little bit. And I just said, you know what? This is a great time for an intermission. So I just made so I just put an intermission in the middle of it. Another thing I'm adding, and I think I did it in the last video, was um, I'll find a lot of funny memes and stuff,
Mhm.
and if I start putting them in the community, half the time people aren't going to see them because I realized when I put a post down in the community, people don't always get them.
Yeah, it's an issue in regards to that. Um, Usually, what I find what works good is to. Are you using like any tags or hashtags or anything?
No.
Okay, maybe consider doing some, at least in just the basic, like put like D&D or whatever.
Yeah.
Just this way people can find your content easier. Because for me, learning the whole tags and hashtag system, it was like, do I really have to do all this? And then I started doing it. I was like, oh, apparently I do, because otherwise
Well,
YouTube
it's just
doesn't really
like
push your
within
shit
the
out.
last, like the last. Sorry for interrupting you. It's
Oh,
just
go
like
ahead.
with the last few videos. I've started. If you look, that little those little subtitles I have at the bottom. The little notices I have at the bottom
Yeah.
that I've started putting in the videos. Um, the reason I started putting those there was because if you see how I did the video, there's a picture of me down here. Then here's the game. I wanted you to be able to see the whole game without my head in the road. But then we have a small problem. Now we got a black space here, and we got a black space here. I started putting the box
The
covers
cover.
and on that one space above my head, which takes up most of the time. It takes up most of the space there, depending on the box.
Yep.
Then I still had that strip at the bottom. I'm going, what am I going to put there? Now, originally, what I was going to do, I was going to be like a CNN kind of thing, where it's just rolling and rolling and rolling across. And I
Mhm.
couldn't find or a setup that did that. So I went with another thing that I found where it would just basically pop it up and then it would go away and it would pop something else up and then it would go away. And I went like, I'll go with that one instead. So I started putting that on. Now it's the problem of I got to remember to resize the letters. If I put like a too big of a sentence on there, I got to resize the letters, but I got to make it to where it's still readable.
I get you.
So and occasionally you'll see on some of the videos where I goof up, where it's the letters are too big for the little banner that shows up. Occasionally it'll happen, and that's because I forgot to change the size. So, but that's what started that whole thing was it was driving me crazy that there was so much open space that there was nothing happening. So I said I'll just put notices down there. Then after a while, I think a couple of people in Fresno that I talked to that watch my channel, they start going, "Hey, you need to put like and subscribe and click on the bell and stuff like that on there." I'm like, I really don't want to do that because if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. I'm not going to have any way, shape, or form be able to influence them to do what they're going to do.
Mhm.
And then so I put a post up saying, should I do it? And a lot of people were saying, yeah, you should, because if you want to get noticed, you kind of gotta have the likes
Yeah.
and stuff like that, because that'll put your video back on the top, and more people will watch it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Also, because there's a lot of people like speaking objectively as a content creator myself, a different field, of course, but as a content creator, um, there's two types of people that are generally on YouTube. And the one type of person is typically the people that don't really care about getting monetized. They just want to put out whatever they want to put out.
mhm,
And they just want to have fun doing it, which is perfectly fine. Anybody's allowed to post anything you want. And then
right.
there's a second type, which is the ones that want to make a career out of it. And usually people like me and you, we're somewhere in the middle where we want to do what we want to do, but hey, it'd be cool to make a living off it.
Well, me, I'm one of those people that's like, I'm a security guard, and I
Mhm.
only work a few days out of the week.
Okay.
I work Thursday nights, I work Saturday nights, and I work Sunday morning, and that's it. And occasionally I'll get an extra job here and there. Like, oh, someone needs you to come in and fill in for them. Oh, we got a request for a security guard at this place. There was Okay. The weirdest job I had. Remember the Disney stores?
Yes.
I don't know if they're around anymore. The one in art that we used to have over at my mall, at the mall a few blocks from me, they shut down back when 2020 happened. So this was back what in 2019. Ooh, what do we got here?
Oh, that was funny. I was sending you something to look at later. It was my old. Remember, I told you I used to run an RPG channel way back when.
Oh, so
I
yeah,
stupidly found it on it. You have to look at it now, just in case you're curious. Yeah,
okay, so that
I
was you.
definitely
That was you then, you
yeah.
beeper. So what was I talking about? I lost track.
I'm sorry. I was about to tell you like, hey, I'm gonna send you something. So
So yeah, when it came to likes and subscribes and stuff, originally I was going to say, you know what, I don't really care. I actually made this channel initially for my daughter to watch the videos. She rarely watches them, and I don't blame her, especially the early videos, which I got rid of. If you watch like the original Pool of Radiance videos I had, I recently watched them, and that's why I got rid of them. Mind-numbingly boring. I actually put my own videos up to put me to sleep. That's how bad I thought they were. And
I mhm.
and I think one girl that's a subscriber actually, it's not up anymore because I got rid of that video. She said she likes watching my videos because they help her sleep, and I didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I didn't know whether to be offended or going, "Oh, cool, okay." But yeah, it was just like it was up in the air on that one. I'm just sitting there going like, "Wow, are they saying I'm that boring?" So you see, I have been trying to liven up, but because I'm an introvert, it kind of
Well, it's understandable. I mean, I'm an introvert myself as well. I mean, I do a lot of work from home, but I do also have to leave the house occasionally to
oh
pick
yeah,
other people up their jobs.
I remembered what I was talking about now.
Yeah, go for
I was talking about the Disney store.
it. Yeah.
So back in 2019, I get a call. I'd say the job was for a Monday night, and it was the first time I got a job like this because I've been working at a pawn shop, in the evenings. I start like 5:30. I'm off at midnight, and this was like when I was working like almost 5 days a week, and I wasn't working Tuesdays or Wednesdays. But I get a call from my boss, and he says, "Hey, I need someone to work the Disney store from what was it, 9 o'clock to 9 o'clock." I said, "Okay." So I show up over there. I'm in my uniform, and I check in with them, and I've talked to the manager there, let her know I'm there, and then I clock. Then I go on my phone, tell my boss I'm there. I basically clock. That's me clocking in, is telling my boss I'm here, and now I'm clocked in. So
Mhm.
I'm working there from 9 o'clock in the evening to 9 o'clock in the morning, and two or three people are there, and then there's one guy there that's if you remember, they had like a whole bunch of monitors and stuff that had Disney cartoons playing on them, music videos and stuff, whatnot, and
Yeah.
advertisements. That's what he was working on. He was reprogramming for the coming month,
Oh, okay.
and so I was there to keep an eye on him.
It's to make sure you didn't steal any shit.
Yeah. So I'm there to keep an eye on him. And then he's only there for maybe 2, 3 hours. He leaves at midnight. Now I'm sitting there going like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do for the next 3 hours? For the next 8, 9 hours? Because I'm here by myself now. So I called my boss and said, I just leave? Because I was expecting the guy to be there all night.
Yeah.
He was only there a couple hours and he was done gone, and I'm still sitting there. He goes, "No, no, you stay there till 9 in the morning. That's what they paid for." Oh, okay. I'm going, thank God I brought my phone and my charger. Otherwise, I'd have nothing to do in here. Which the mall
Yeah.
had probably one of the best. it still does has some of the best Wi-Fi. If
Wow.
you don't have Wi-Fi and you need to get to Wi-Fi, go to that mall. You got it. So so I'm sitting there and I'm watching YouTube all night, and this is before I started my channel, and I'm just sitting there going like, and I'm fighting sleep the entire time. I'm watching YouTube videos. I'm watching, and periodically, I'll get bored, so I walk around the store a little bit. And by the way, there's only one light on, and that's in the back room. If I touch any of the lights, the alarms go off. So I'm just sitting there going like, "Oh God, I hate this. I don't like this." And by the way, there's mannequins in this store, and I am terrified of mannequins.
Oh my god. That just reminds me of the first episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah,
With Eccleston.
yeah.
I don't know if you're a Doctor Who fan at all.
I used to be.
Okay.
Um, what happened? I'll explain the whole Doctor Who thing in a bit. But so yeah, I'm there till about 9 o'clock, and then finally the first person shows up, and they have to wait for the manager to let me out. So I'm there till about 10 o'clock, another hour before the manager finally shows up and lets me out. I brought a backpack with me. What my backpack contained was a bag of chips, a couple sandwiches, and a couple candy bars and a couple sodas,
Really?
which were all gone by about 3 in the morning. So I'm thinking the first thing I'm going to is a Denny's, then I'm going home. So, because Denny's was like just a block away from where the mall is. So I'm just going to go over to Denny's, have breakfast, and I'm going home. And I was walking because I don't have a vehicle right now. I still don't have a vehicle, so but I pretty much go by foot everywhere unless my dad gives me a ride. So I get over to Denny's and I have breakfast. And the lady kept going, "Are you feeling okay?" Because I'm like wobbling in the chair. I'm like, any second I'm going to fall over. So I ate my breakfast. It was a grand slam. I had my breakfast. I go home. I don't know if it's a grand slam at Denny's. It's something like that. But anyway, and I finally get home and literally slithered into bed after having my argument with Miley for being gone for over 12 hours. And I climb into bed. She climbs into bed. Then my dad calls me and says, "Hey, you ready to go shopping?" He just got into town. I said, "Dad, I've been up since 9 o'clock since before 9 o'clock last night. I've been awake since." He goes, "Well, what were you doing?" I go, "I've been at work all day. I just got home." He goes, "Well, you get some sleep then." And I'm like, "Okay, I will." I don't remember anything that happened after that. I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember waking up at 6 p.m.
But the
But
important thing is that you feel refreshed afterwards.
I felt refreshed all right. And I had the whole day off and I had the next night off. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna, if I feel tired, I'm just gonna go to bed. And I was like, I felt tired again at 10 p.m. and I went like, I'm going to bed. Good night. Um, but you were mentioning about Doctor Who a minute ago.
Yeah.
I'm an old school Doctor Who fan.
Nice sunlight.
I watch Doctor Who. It used to be the first Doctor Who episodes I watched were with Tom Baker, and that was when
Nice.
it was reruns on PBS. So they played the entire, because if you remember the old school ones were played serialized, like they were like 15-minute to 20-minute episodes, and they would play them as a serial. They would play the entire serial as one like a movie. So you would range anywhere from 2 hours to 3 hours an episode on PBS, and of course they took out the whole to be continued stuff out of it. So
Yeah, essentially they would just put them all together like one big episode
yeah,
or movie, like you said. Yeah.
yeah. So I grew up on Tom Baker, and by the way, at that point I knew nothing let me emphasize this. I knew nothing about the whole regeneration. So when I saw Tom Baker regenerate to the next guy, Peter Davison, I think his name was,
Yeah, it is.
when when he, I thought at some point he was going to turn to back into Tom Baker, and that's what I thought. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching entire seasons with this other guy. I'm just sitting there going like, and I'm sitting there, and I actually said this. I'm like a 9-year-old kid at the time. And I got slapped for it. I go, "What the fuck happened to Tom Baker?" And my grandmother goes like, "Come here." And then I, it was like years later, and I stopped watching it because I didn't like the guy. But then I found out, oh yeah, it's like he Tom Baker wasn't the first doctor; he was the fourth, and there were
And you're
several
like,
others after
oh,
him. And I'm just sitting there going, like, so there's a regeneration? What? And I'm reading up on it. I was like a magazine I saw because that was the time they were going to have the made-for-TV Doctor Who movie in the
yeah,
90s.
I have it on Blu-ray.
So they had that whole thing where they were doing a retrospective magazines and stuff about it. For the people that don't know, magazines are basically comic book sized books with articles in them. Yes, I'm being a smartass. So anyway, I was reading their articles, and that's when they come to their whole regeneration thing, and they asked if there was going to be a regeneration in the movie, which obviously it's like in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But I go, what regeneration? What the hell are they talking about? And I'm like flipping through it, trying to figure out what they're talking about regeneration. And then finally, there's an article talking about the regenerations because it said regeneration. The doctor's latest regeneration was on the cover, and I had no idea what a regeneration was. So I'm looking at the magazine, and I was like, I thought it was like something like a reboot or something. And they're going like, no, it's the same doctor in every single one of the shows, just a different actor. Periodically, they would
And you're
change
like,
up
what in the
actors.
world?
And I'm going like, I've never heard of something like that. I'm going like, I mean, like, I think that's also part of why they came up with the whole thing of James Bond, even though it's a different actor, James Bond's actually a code name.
I think so, yeah.
So they kind of came up with that, and I think the Doctor Who thing was kind of what led into it. I'm going like, well, you could also say it was plastic surgery. If you
Yeah,
want to get down to it, you could say James Bond has a plastic, redoes his face periodically. Yeah, there's discrepancies in the size of the person, but it's easily explainable by saying, "Oh yeah, he had plastic surgery." In fact, there was I remember there was like I don't remember the name of it, but Hercules and Xena and all them, they had like they originally started as like a as made for TV movies, if you
yeah.
remember,
Originally,
with
yeah.
Hercules, and they had alternating shows. Like they had Knight Rider 2000, a couple of other things, or something like that. But it was like they had other shows alternating between each weekend, and it would be a different movie. And then they would come back, and there was there's another Hercules movie, and then there's another Knight Rider movie, and all that. And then they started doing the whole, giving them their whole TV series thing, which kind of baffled me when they started the TV series, but then do like a recut of the movies to put them in with the, so they'd be televised again. No, they just completely, they just stopped showing them altogether. But I'm getting past my point here.
No worries.
Uh, so what ends up happening is there was another movie that they tried, but they only did one movie of. It was going to be along with them, and it was kind of like uh, if you know the old Flash Gordon serials, the
Yeah.
actor's name was Buster Crab or Larry Buster Crab, and he was the original Flash Gordon. He was also the original Buck Rogers, and he played Tarzan. He's noted as being the only guy to play all three of the major pulp characters.
Oh, cool.
So uh, he did like a trilogy of serials just centered on Flash Gordon. Good luck trying to get chronological order on them. It makes no sense after the first one.
Yeah, that's
I
something
have I
I
have the
gave up a long
DVDs. They're
time.
like Flash Gordon's my favorite pulp character, so I grew up on Flash Gordon. Not just the movie, but the serials as well. Um, but the show, I forgot the name of it, but it was got like a Flash Gordon kind of character, but it wasn't
Okay,
focused on the character, it was focused on the actor playing the character, right? And
that's
it's
weird,
like
but
this
okay.
Mongo kind of planet where there's a rebellion fighting this evil emperor played by Ron Perlman of all people, and everybody's dressed
What
up
which
like
one?
their characters from a Flash Gordon or Buck Rogers show from the 40s or the 30s and 40s, and they see, they go, we need this hero to save us, we need this, and they find out there's like this chosen one, and they go, well, we got to find the chosen one. They find out he's on Earth, and he has this special symbol, and of course it turns out to be the symbol of the superhero character he's playing on the show, so they think he's the actual hero, right? And they're calling him by that character's name. They're not calling him by his real name. They're calling him by the character's name. So they think he's actually that person. It's kind of like those aliens from Galaxy Quest.
Yeah,
And this was before that. So it's kind of the same thing. They bring him to their planet, and now he's doing the Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers kind of thing on this other planet, even though he has no talent for it whatsoever. And the funny thing was, and I thought this was hilarious, because he was on camera when he disappeared,
uh-huh.
the show had to come up with a way of how to continue their show without him.
Okay.
So they had at the end of the movie, or at the end of the movie, he's kind of like, yeah, I'm wondering how they're gonna, do the show without me now that I'm not there. And he's thinking about it, and they go over to where the show is, right? And you see his buddy. It's like this little short guy. He's like, "Hey, Captain, the plastic surgery worked." And they turn around. It's a different actor dressed up in the costume. I just thought, like, you know, I'm just sitting there going, like, they could have used that for James Bond
You
to
could,
explain it. Like, every now and again he had to do plastic surgery. I mean, they actually did a movie where he did plastic surgery to look Japanese temporarily. But we're not going
oh
to talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
that movie because apparently that
yeah.
one offends people now.
Apparently, yes. But I'm familiar with the movies you speak of.
But the thing was, when I saw Sean Connery look, yes, it was Sean Connery. For those
Yeah,
asking, he looked more like a Vulcan to me than he did look Japanese.
yeah, I can see that, especially early like original series Vulcans. Yeah,
Yeah, original series Vulcans. That's what he looked like to me. I said he looked more like a Vulcan than a Japanese man. Considering he's hairy as hell, and Japanese people aren't that hairy. But anyway, so yeah, that whole story about that movie led up to, James Bond could easily get, just do away with the whole different actor and secret name thing and just say he had plastic surgery.
yeah. And you know what? That actually reminds me. I don't know that there was a game line called Spycraft that came out in like 3.5 edition of D&D era when there was that big like D20 boom where
Mm-hmm.
everybody was like D20 modern, D20 whatever, D20 whatever. When it was a series called Spycraft that was specifically set on like Mission Impossible, James Bond ish type
Yeah.
styles of play.
Oh.
And you could totally do that. Like you could level up when you got enough experience, and you can choose a perk as plastic surgery to.
Yeah. You mentioned Mission Impossible. That's actually one of my favorite shows.
Nice.
I actually have the whole original series, and I'm currently going through the first season of the revamp series, which still had Peter Graves in it.
Yeah.
And I'm actually enjoying that one too. It's just the fact that they have too many of in the first season it has too many what do you call them remakes of the older show.
Yeah, just too
Especially the
many
first
like
episode because the
non-facts.
killer was actually an episode from the original series.
Damn.
Uh, but what I find interesting about that series is they really tried to make connections between the original show by having the son of the tech guy, which is actually in real life the son of the actor that played the part. The tech guy, I can't think of his name right now. I'm terrible with
That,
names. Did I mention that?
I'm sorry, I know exactly who you're
But
talking
yeah,
about.
his son played the part in the revamped series. I thought that's actually cool that they did that. And but
It's actually interesting to me because I have the exact same problem too.
mm,
My girlfriend would tell you that too. Where it's like I will remember the character, but if you ask me who the actor was, I'll be like, I have no idea who the fuck that
mm,
is.
yeah, yeah, I am actually pretty good when it comes to main characters, but it's like um, when I was a kid, I used to go to this place called Corner Video, which was like a few blocks from where I lived at the time, and I visited that place more than I visited my own bedroom.
Damn.
And the thing was, is I would rent, it was 99-cent VHS tapes for
Mhm.
rent, and I would go in like $5, have 5 movies Friday night, bring them back Sunday, Sunday evening, have them all watched and memorized. And that was the thing too. I'm not like that anymore, but it was like I could probably work at a video store at the time, even though I wasn't quite of age yet to work one. Because
Mhm.
most of the movies, I knew most of the sci-fi, horror, comedies, and action movies, and I knew them bookend to bookend most of the time. And a lot of the times while I was visiting there, they started paying me under the table
Um,
because what would end up happening was if they got really busy and they didn't have enough people to go out and say, "Hey, I'm looking for this kind of movie," I would know exactly where it was because I'd been through the aisle so many times back and forth, you know, picking out movies and stuff. It was one of those things where it's like I'd go in if I wanted to get movies, I'd be in there for at least 2 hours going through the movies, figuring out which ones I haven't watched yet. So I was such a regular there, they started paying me under the table because I was helping the customers out.
well, at least you're getting a little kickback if nothing
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, I think yeah, I think I was like 13. And I think the place finally, when I first started going there, I was about 12 or 13, and I was going there all the way up until I was in my early 20s. And then
Damn.
because everybody decided to go to a DVD at the time, that place went under because they couldn't do the switch over.
All they could do is switch over VHS to DVD.
Yeah, they couldn't afford the
Damn.
switch over, so they just ended up closing shop. And I ended up with a whole bunch of the VHSs, which now no longer are with me anymore because I go like, maybe I should switch over to DVD
It
because,
happens.
and of course, when I realized how clear DVD was, which by the way, I'm going to argue this. There's no difference between DVD and Blu-ray in my eyes, other than a
I
little bit of
can,
quality tweaks here and there. There's really no difference to me.
yeah, I was gonna say I can agree with you, um, to a certain point, yeah, because it's already been proven our eyes can only perceive so much.
Hmm.
So that's why when people are like, no, this is the newest, greatest, this or that, or
Yeah,
whatever,
when they
it's
go to
like, yeah, but
4K, I'm going like, what's the difference? And
yeah,
that,
basically, it's
yeah.
like, but can your eyes actually pick that up?
Yeah, so yeah, the only reason I got Blu-rays is because I got a Blu-ray machine. Might as well use Blu-rays because I can't find a DVD player anymore. Which fortunately, Blu-rays actually do play DVDs, so it's not a big loss.
Well, they kind of have to. Like, it's
Yeah.
part of the
Mm,
sponsorship, or sorry, the brand deal that Sony has
mm,
for owning Blu-ray. But
mm.
yeah,
But
beside the point.
like I think I might have mentioned it. I like to collect from a company called Something Weird, which I sadly to say they're shutting down their DVDs and DVD-Rs and stuff. And I think they're just going to go with, exclusively with Blu-ray from here on out. I got like two drawers full of DVDs of nothing but from this company.
Nice.
And what they do is they find those hard to find oddball movies. And I mean oddball movies as in, why would someone want to make that?
Yeah, I know
It's
exactly what
those
you're
it's
talking about.
those kind of movies, right? It's like you're sitting there
Yeah.
going like scratching your head, going like, who thought this was a good idea? But one of my favorite one, and they also have like old black and white wrestling matches and what they call nudie cuties. Which, if you don't know what a
Yeah.
nudie cutie is, it's basically films made in nudist camps. They actually made movies in nudist camps.
No,
Someone gave
people
them a
did have
budget,
it.
and I bet you it had nothing to do with costumes.
You just blew your costume budget.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but my favorite one, and I found out about this later on because there's a documentary that they released about the director of a lot of these movies. He also did a lot of what do you call the earliest gory films, like Wizard of Gore, 2000
Okay.
Maniacs, stuff like that. This same director, he
Like the
did,
slasher films.
yeah, and these are like in the 1960s, late 1950s. And I'm going like they had gory movies back then. Yeah, and this guy, yeah, he actually made these very gory movies. Uh, Theatrical, as in stage theater gore, but still not something little kids wanted to see at the time. But anyway, so yeah, he was talking about this one movie. It was called Nude on the Moon,
Okay.
and it's about a nudist colony on the moon. And at the time, they were releasing movies in New York theaters and various drive-ins and stuff like that. New York refused to release that film in New York, and the reason was it didn't take place in the nudist camp; it took place on the moon. It was okay as long as it took place in a known nudist camp, but no, the story takes place on the moon. It doesn't count.
Oh my god.
So when I
That
heard
doesn't
that
make
for the
any
first
sense
time,
to
I
me.
thought that was the funniest thing I ever heard of. No, we're not going to release yours because it takes place on the moon. And mind you, this movie was made before there was any moon landings. Hi. Because it was like 1959, something like that. So we hadn't quite gotten to the moon yet. And so,
That's mm.
but
So how would they know if I don't know. It's semantics at this point.
yeah, it was schematics at that point. It was just like, yeah. But yeah, those are the kind of movies I generally watch. But Mission Impossible, I got into. Oh God, it was the 1988 revamp of the show. Because
Uh,
at the time I was like 10 years old, so that was like the no, actually I maybe was like 12 at the time, so 11 or 12. So that was like the only way I was going to be able to watch a Mission Impossible show at the time because they weren't having reruns on any channel that I knew of.
you gotta list the new partners.
Yeah, so I'm watching the reboot, and I'm sitting there going, like, "Yeah, this is a pretty good show," and all that. And then I started, like I said, I found out over at the video store they had a few episodes on VHS, so I kind of got hooked on the VHS watching them. So of course, when DVDs came out, I'm going, "Oh hell yeah, I'm getting them."
Probably. Yeah.
But I have to say this because if I don't bring it up, somebody will. What did I think of the first Mission Impossible movie? It's fine as long as they don't bring up Jim Phelps, which anybody that's watched the original show, that was the name of Peter Graves' character. He was the main character. He was he was the guy that was in charge of everything. He was the hero of the show. And that's after Dan Briggs, who was in the first season. which I didn't even know that was a thing until I started buying the DVDs. And I'm watching this, and they go, Dan Briggs. I'm going, like, who the hell's Dan Briggs? Because they, even in reruns, they never played the first season because they didn't want to confuse everybody. I guess, I don't know. So
I mean, it makes sense.
yeah, so yeah, I watched the first season. And by the way, the first season is a real hit or miss because it's like I think by the second season is when they start hitting their stride, and that's usually a lot. Goes a lot with a lot of shows. You don't really
Yeah.
start hitting their stride till like the second or third season. But nowadays shows it's like if they don't hit it on the first season, you're never going to see it again. Even if you see it, they hit it on the first season, you never see it again.
Yeah, it happened with Firefly.
And there's quite a few shows that I can go on and on about that. So, and I'm not going to get into it because that is a pissing match for me when it comes to which show ended that shouldn't have ended. So because I can mention everything from V all the way over to what was it, Dungeons and Dragons the cartoon, which technically they did end because they released the radio show version of the final episode. And you can find that on YouTube. Unfortunately, it's not the original actors, and that's the big disappointment. I think only one or two of them are the original actors.
So on that, to kind of bring things back to the Honor Amongst Thieves movie, so what do you think about the cameo with the characters in this?
I like the car commercial better.
Fair enough.
And my big question is, okay, if those are the characters, did they just get turned into zombies?
I didn't think about that.
Because you don't see them escaping with everybody else out of the arena.
Yeah.
They're inside of a cage. They're still inside that cage. So unless Presto pulls something out of his hat, which, by the way, they're wearing bracelets that ban them from using magic, they just killed off the cartoon characters.
I hadn't thought about it that way. Yeah.
You know, because I'm sitting there going, like, did they just kill them off when you start seeing that red mist coming down? I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, no. Spoiler alert. Yeah, we don't know if they survived or not. I think the only time you actually hear one of them say is, hey, what's your plan?
I think this was to be Eric,
Yeah.
the Cavalier.
Yeah. Hey, what's your plan? And is it just me, or is it both versions? They all of a sudden gave Eric a really deep tan.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And that's because I have the series or the original series on.
Oh, I do
DVD.
too. I have the red box version, and I also have, which I got around here somewhere. It's not in here, but it's in my room somewhere. I'm not going to dig for it. That's a subject I'm not going to talk about right now.
No
My room's a
No
mess.
worries.
Oh, by the way, this whole area right here that I have right here, this is the cleanest spot in this room. If you look at,
Wow.
and this is just a corner. This is a den, which is basically, like the game room for card playing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And this is a sliding glass door behind me right here, which views the backyard and the swimming pool. I have a swimming pool.
Nice.
So I could barely afford food, but I got a swimming pool. And yeah, so there's this room right here. There's an organ right there. There's a whole bunch of junk right here on the other side of the table here, because I've been going through my grandmother's stuff for the past 3 years. She had that much stuff in here, and I'm still going through it. Since I don't get to show this thing very much.
Go ahead, man. Show me. What is it?
Do you recognize this?
There's a lot of glare, but I'm trying to make it out.
Okay, let me back it up a bit. There you go. Is that better? There you go.
Yeah.
Recognize it? If you're an 80s child, you recognize this.
Is that Conan's sword?
Yep.
I reckon, yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Conan sword, at least from the
Yep.
first movie.
This thing weighs a ton. If you saw most swords I've lifted, like the Aragorn sword stuff, like I don't have any of those, but a few friends of mine do. They have the Aragorn sword. They have Gandalf's sword. They even have Sting. Those things are light. You lift this sucker, I'm straining to hold it with one hand.
It's crazy.
And then I found out, oh, that's because Arnold Schwarzenegger wanted his swords to be heavy. So when he used this, when he's swinging it, you can actually see his muscles. So whenever they do a replica of the sword, it's the same exact weight.
I mean, at least you know you get a legitimate experience.
Yeah. But you saw my Renaissance Fair videos.
Yes.
The second video that was actually I actually did that whole video special for that girl that was right next to me and her grandfather, because he couldn't get his camera to work. So I said, "Tell you what, I'll, instead of putting this with the rest of my, my little Renaissance Fair video, which is going to be basically just snippets." I said, "I'll just put the whole video up, and you guys can download it if you want. Just leave it there and watch it whenever. I'll leave it there for you guys. As long as you guys want it there, it'll stay there." And so I made that video special for that girl. I can't remember her name now, so.
It happens.
But yeah, that was special for her. So that was me learning how to use a sword. That was my first time ever getting a sword lesson. Anyway.
All right, man. Well, I think I might have to hop off.
I was about to say, I can't believe I've been on for like almost 4.5 hours. I think I might want to call it a night myself.
No, it's cool, man. Yeah, definitely hit me up anytime. You got me on Discord now. Wouldn't have to be on a stream or anything. Just hit me up.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you want to play, what was that game? Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance with me, just let me know, and we'll see if we can try to figure it out and get it running to play a duet.
Yep.
Because CJ really doesn't want to play it, because mainly a lot of the 2-player games that we've been playing don't work properly for some reason. If you saw the original not Winterfell, no, God, Neverwinter, there we go. I wanted to say Winterfell for some reason because I got Elder Scrolls stuck on my mind. But yeah, Neverwinter, we played like about 6 or 7 sessions. When we got to the last session, the game for some reason erased me off the collective. So we weren't able to continue. All I was getting was a black screen. I re-downloaded it, and offloaded it, re-downloaded it. Every trick in the book, nothing was working. And then when I played it by myself, it worked fine. So apparently that's why we stopped playing as a group on that one. There's another person that was in our group. His name was Tony Cheek, and we haven't heard from him in a long time. I keep seeing him pop up on Discord. And I'll say hi to him, but he doesn't respond back. I'm just sitting there going like, did I do something to piss him off?
I don't know.
But he's still, so like he was one of my first subscribers, so I was kind of surprised he just removed all contact from me. Anyway, well, you take care. I'm guessing you were at work today.
Today, yes, I was.
Tomorrow, well, you get some rest, then get some food in your stomach, what you need, and awesome. I'll
hit me up anytime.
We'll see about that whole. Well, let me know when you have the game, if you want to play, if you have the game up or whatnot, and we'll go from there.
Awesome.
All right, you take care. Bye. And with that, I'm also going to call it a night. I did not expect I was going to be here for almost 4.5 hours. You guys take care, and I'll talk to you next time.